Come on. Waiting for try thinking. Oh, he's taking his fucking time.
What the hell? I can post in gems and I can't post in here?
I see your comma, no, your period.
Okay.
You do?
Yeah.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
And we are live. I don't know why I still do that. It's Tuesday. Logic night. My favourite night of the week. And have we got some good logic today? The best logic ever, I think. The simplest logic, but with the most repercussions for thought and thinking ever. Triangle Axiom. Knowing about a triangle. It's going to be good. Gonna be good. We had the logician, well, logician, I think, pseudo logician, come round. The non logician, Betty. So we've got a bit. I'm still going over finishing cutting the video, but we can go over what he said. I think we should really go over it, and then we on Thursday when we could do the Euclid night, we can actually go over the geometry of this that we're talking about, because at the minute, being logic night, I think we should just go over the logic reasons and the repercussions of this particular argument that has been brought around by our friend I don't know, I think I said in this, this is my particular passion ever since somebody triggered me into this conversation. That not necessarily the passion for the geometry, but it's all about the interaction of people, and this logic and the argument is it's fantastic for the reasons that obviously it's this entire argument and the position that I think I've always took in the idea of you finding proof for yourself and all of that. It's all based around this one particular argument, and I really thank Betty for giving us a chance to do this.
Oh, it's thanks, Bev.
Well, I mean, like I say, the Logos has always been there, and the only real chance you ever get to talk about this, or to go across it, is when those chances arrive, and those chances arrive normally by people coming and talking to us. That's how the chances for us to have these conversations come about. Somebody comes around, has a conversation with us, we have a look into it, one of us will find something, few others will Google something, and maybe somebody else will go, oh, look at this. And it ends up with us all learning. And that's the journey that we've been on. Initially, though, at first, I went on a personal journey through this to discover all of these things. Now, when you go on this and you learn that the journey is yours, and you tread that path on your own, and then you just get a chance to meet other people, and experiences happen, and the path comes along again. Logos leads you round to it. Well, this particular, I don't know what you call it, an argument, or this particular nuance within it, within the argument, means that the reason behind this particular statement that we're going to go over within Euclid and a geometry system, that initially I didn't have an understanding of it. I didn't know what it was, Euclid. It's just geometry. But then you find out there's more to it. It's logical system that derive the geometry. But the trick that's been played is amazing. And it's been done by people in academia. I don't know whether you could say that. I guess you, within a system, if you want to beat people within an argument, because that's where we are. We're in a bit where people are meant to be conversing to discover truths, and they call it the debate. Should be a backwards and forwards to discover truth. Well, it seems like we've uncovered a negative debate where they don't want the truth to be found. And this one particular argument within a system, I'm still trying to work out what the argument is. There doesn't seem to be an argument coming from any other side as to a statement about 3 straight lines. It confuses me. And so far on the journey, I've never really been able to talk to anybody about this, because nobody wants to talk about it. I mean, on the other side, let's say, of the model afflicted people, there's a very simple truth behind Euclid that I'm not too sure whether anybody within this Discord server or, within this argument would ever have found out about this one particular I call it an axiom that they had to do away with in order to derive mathematics that allows them to have a straight line that returns back on itself. The mathematics behind that isn't derived from reality at all. But pretty sure everybody knows that there's people that have developed mathematical equations that go along with it, just so that they can have a straight line to return back on itself. Well, that's geometrically based. It's not just within algorithmic formulas and analytic geometry within X's and Y's and all of that sort of stuff. It's actually within the straight line, the geometry that gives us everything to do with the shape of things. And it's all based around one particular statement. Let me see if I can get it up here. Most of the people within here will get this. Oh, actually, it's on the Agents Live. If I go all the way back to the beginning of this, that's why we did it. Axioms. Oh. The axioms within geometry are the governing laws. Here we go. So these within... Oh, get rid of that. We are live. So the axioms. At the beginning of the axioms, it says, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. That, to me, now knowing a little bit more about what we've done, that's P equals P. It's the identity of the equals is equals. And if equals be added to equals, the wholes are equal. This is just a reformulation of the P equals P. P is P. And the reiteration of the excluding the middle, I think. That's what I would say. If equals be taken from equals, the remainders are equal. If equals be added to unequals, the wholes are unequal. If equals be taken from unequals, the remainders are unequal. It's re-going over these statements that you can refer back to at some point within a logical system. That if you wanted to say, you know, because of this, you can refer back to it as a reference. But at no point does anybody ever ask anyone to prove any of these. I mean, why would you have to prove any of this? These are just the axioms. These are the rules of play. So all of this sort of stuff. Oh, thanks, Nathan. All of this stuff does not need proving because it's an axiom. There's self-evident truths to which one of these statements is an axiom. At least in the book I've got and in the book that most people have here. You go back to a certain time before people have messed around with these books. Obviously, they mess around with things so they can spell things. They can cast spells by just rearranging them. So what you have to remember is, in this book, I mean, I have heard that there was 19 altogether, but I mean, there's 12 here and 3 postulates, but we'll get round to those in a bit. So nobody has to prove this. I mean, like this one, the whole is greater than its part. Nobody asks you to prove that. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. That will be coming up in when Betty starts talking about that. Pretty important thing within this argument. Is that?
Say they're undeniable truths, what you just said.
Yeah.
The whole greater than the parts.
Yeah, the whole is
and
greater
two straight
than its
lines.
parts.
Cannot enclose a space. Undeniable.
Mm-hmm. And then all right angles are equal to one another.
Again, undeniable.
Well, that's just a reiteration of the things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. So it's just right angles are equal. All right angles are the same, but for some reason they added that as well. Right? It's within this, it just seems like he's going over it again. But you will be able to see when they change it to 5, then it stands out on its own. But it didn't really need to be in there, I would say, because it's pretty obvious that if it's a right angle, then all of the right angles are equal, because it's already stated things were equal to the same thing. Well, all right angles would be equal. But the particular one, well, I mean, that all right angles are equal would go to show that it can't be curved. Shout out to Nathan. That's your curved baseline. It cannot be curved because all right angles have to be equal. If you did have one of them curved, the 2 right angles above the curved line would be greater than the 2 right angles below the curved line, thus negating that. So I'd say that's why they put that in there. Just in case anybody might want to bend one of the perpendicular lines. I can't imagine why anybody would ever want to do that. Well, I could actually, but it's almost as though this book has been wrote to speak to a certain group of people that try to get around it. It's a cheap book, or anti-cheap book within logic. So, the one statement that is in contention at the minute is Axiom 12. I don't know whether you can see that on the YouTube. It says, if a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make two interior angles on the same side of it, taken together, less than two right angles, these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet on that side on which are the angles which are less than two right angles. Now, it's in the book, right? So this is a Euclidean geometry system that has stood, they say, for 2,500 years, and this statement is still in the book, or at least in the books up until about the 1900s, so, you know, a mid part of the last century. That all of this was intact as is. Somebody decided they might want to change it a bit at one point and change that particular statement that we've just said. The reason for the changing of it, or wanting to change it, I'm unsure yet, and I don't know whether we'll go into it too much just yet, because the week's going to roll on. This is going to be calling it a Triangle Axiom week. We're reclaiming this because it's obviously about two straight lines meet. If a straight line meet two straight lines, so there's three lines there, straight lines, and it says that the other two lines would meet on either side of the other straight line. Look, like I say, we'll get round the geometry of it at some point, but so that is the statement about the triangle. Now the postulates, I don't know whether do we have them, or the postulates are: let it be granted that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other point. So given 2 points, you can draw a straight line from one to the other. That a terminated straight line, so you've put those 2 points there, one straight line, you've drawn a straight line between those 2 points. Next one is that a terminated straight line may be produced to any length in a straight line. So you could get that line that you've just made with a little point there and extend it in a straight line. That's you just granted that you can do that. Straight lines don't just stop. They can be extended at a straight line. It's pretty easy, pretty simple. And postulate number 3 is, and that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. Now, I'd say it does this because it's just gone through the definitions of everything. And in that, it's stated that a line is 1D and a superficies, a surface, is 2D. Well, they don't actually exist. So, for you to be able to do any of this geometry, if you were sticking to the rules of what they've just give you, You wouldn't be able to do it. You can't replicate a 1D line. You can't do anything on a 2-dimensional superficies because they don't exist. So these postulates, for me, just tell you what you are able to do. It's allowing you. It says, let it be granted. It's just simply telling you what you can do. So that's the axioms and the postulates, and the difference between the postulate and the axiom. The axiom is obviously a self-evident truth. It's the axioms are just statements that are true. There's no need for you to have to prove any of the axioms because they are self-evident truths within themselves, self-contained. Now, for what we're going to go through with the Beddy thing, I'll go through it, but I think in the definitions to go over, there isn't really many, is there? Definitions. So all of these will be able to be used in what you'll get when we go over it. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. So that's just a straight line. Superficies is that which has only length and breadth. And I don't know this one. A plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together but are not in the same straight line. That's good. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle. That'll come in handy. And the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. So that's what a right angle is. I suppose trilateral figures or triangles by three straight lines. So rectilinear figure are those which are contained by straight lines, and a trilateral figure or triangle is contained by three straight lines. That'll probably come in handy. And different types of triangles. And this one here, number 35 in my book, but a lot of people have it as 32, is it? Maybe 33. 35 is parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. So that's a definition of parallel straight lines. And then you go straight into the postulate. So given those definitions, few definitions, I mean there is more definitions, but those 3 or 4 definitions, maybe 5. And the postulates, straight lines, terminated straight lines, and a circle. Well, you don't need the circle. And the axioms. The particular axioms that we're looking at here is all right angles are equal to one another. That's pretty important for what we're going to be going over. And obviously the triangle axiom, the whole thing that's in contention. Is that, I can't really think of anything else other than some of the basic laws of logic that you're going to use Anybody think of anything else before we go into the Beddy chat that we had? I will be putting this out as a video. But this being logic night. Right. So, oh, wait a minute. You guys want a screen, don't you? I hope this is still working on Discord. Looks like it's good. You let us know it's working. And
looking good.
I need to just get... Oh, let me just check what that is. Yeah, I'm guessing you don't really need, in the YouTube, you don't need the thing, do you? Okay. Right. So you guys can hear that in here, and I guess I'll just be able to play it and everyone will be able to hear it. Now, we're going to be doing a special on this, but Mr. Logic from the Globe side, Beddy, came round to discuss... well, I don't know. I mean, we've been wanting him to discuss the logic that he's been putting out about what we call Beddy's Cross. We do get a chance to go over it. And, well, I guess we'll just pause it. If anybody in here has got anything they'd like to point out within any of this, please let us know, and I'll pause it. Right, okay, so Beddy came round. I'll get a bit of Buster music at the end there. You don't understand. Here we go. George talking about pissing in the bed. Strange the stuff we talk about in our chat. That's what Beddy is. He won't be able to understand that, will he? I'll just disconnect the truth bot.
It's gone.
Hi, Bev. You here?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm good. Just been in the garden.
All right, nice.
Chopping up wood.
Yeah, the missus is got me running about all over the place.
Yeah, don't tell me about it. Yeah.
So, to what do we owe this honour of you coming round here for?
Well, I did sort of announce it, didn't I? If you remember.
Oh yeah, talking about I don't know. You never really stuck on a topic. I mean, I was hoping that we might be able to touch on the horizontal planes being parallel.
Yeah, we can do that. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this. Mike Jones, is he here? Yeah. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the fifth postulate first, and if there's time, I discuss the swimming pool question.
Swimming
pool question.
Yeah. What about the horizontal planes? The ones that the logic that you think you've already debunked.
I think that's a separate discussion.
But that's one that we should start off with first, though, really, shouldn't it?
Well, I don't want to start. Sorry,
but
but
the one that you've already done.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You
we can
do
discuss that.
realise that there's people out there, right, that constantly keep asking us about drawing a cross on a piece of paper. Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper, are you? That wasn't the argument. Because some people have took it as though that is.
Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Oh, right. What about,
Next week,
because
if
you're
you
the
like.
one that started and brought that argument up though, aren't you?
Well, there's a few arguments. What I was going to... I had questions for Mike Jones, who appears to be here.
Yeah, well, he might be busy.
Oh, he's busy.
Mm-hmm.
He invited me. He was very, very keen. He always sends me sort of 500 messages on YouTube saying, come on in, little buddy, you know, let's discuss the fifth postulate. So I wanted to discuss that.
I'd say
he
might be busy, yeah.
Oh,
so you want to come and discuss...
He's logged in.
Yeah.
He's logged in.
Yeah.
So why can't he answer?
Well,
my
I don't know.
questions?
If he can answer, he will answer. But if he doesn't answer, then obviously he can't get to the mic. Right?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. He will answer if he can, and if he can't get to the mic, then he won't be able to get to the mic.
Well, yeah, I was looking forward to this discussion.
Well,
Never
yeah,
mind.
me too. I mean, if that's what you want to
perhaps,
discuss, you want to discuss the fifth postulate.
I wanted to discuss the fifth postulate.
Wow.
That was what I stated.
Nice. Well, go on then. What do you want to discuss about it?
I wanted to ask some questions about it.
Okay. Well, what questions do you want to ask about it? Like, have you not looked into it?
It's only a couple of questions, and I guess two questions.
See, now this is slightly confusing to me. We've got a so-called logic teacher from, I don't know, obviously sounds posh, sounds like a really high class. So if he's taught logic, why is he coming to a Discord channel to talk to us normal people? What's all that about? Why are we so important? I'm just a carer. Just a normal bloke. We've got a little pub server where people come round and have a chat. We learn a bit about logic and geometry. There's it's just a little Discord server where a few people get together. I say some brilliant minds. I think some of the best people I've ever met. And I'm lucky to be able to just have a chat with people in a nice, calm environment. It's great. But we have here somebody, admittedly, he was triggered in here to the Discord server from commenting on a YouTube comment section of Brian's Logic YouTube channel. He admittedly came in because he was triggered by Mike calling him a boomer, which he admitted he is. He's a boomer. Triggered. And he so-called is the logic man. We're just here as simple people trying to do simple logic, trying to uncover, I don't know, truths for ourselves. It's very simple what we do. So listen to what goes on.
First of all, why is the postulate there at all? Why does... Sorry, let's be clear. I call it fifth postulate, as does everyone else. Or the parallel postulate. You call it, in your book, which is either Playfair or Todd Hunter, it's the 12th axiom, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the 12th axiom, yeah.
Just so we know what we're talking about. And you call...
I like to make the distinction between Playfair and Todd Hunter. I think obviously very different, and I think I know what he's doing with the Playfair thing. We can come back to it at a later time if we need to, but yeah, Todd Hunter and Playfair, to my knowledge, are very different.
Call it the Triangle Axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got just about a triangle.
So,
Here we go.
Question, or the parallel postulate. You call it in your book, which is either Playfair or Todd Hunter. It's the 12th axiom, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the 12th axiom. Yeah.
Just so we know what we're talking about, and you call it the Triangle Axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got just about a triangle.
So,
yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? That postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all?
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
So
later
you're
to be
saying,
changed to 180.
How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that?
Right. This confuses me.
I'd forgotten he said that.
Yeah.
That's confusing as shit going forward.
Why is that man coming over here and asking me why Euclid had the triangle axiom in there? Like, what's that meant to be? Is that a trick question? Because it's obviously in there. I had nothing to do about putting it in there.
Why did he include the third?
Yeah.
Or the second?
It's like, these are pop quizzes that you're going to have. Why did he have the first postulate? Why did he have the first proposition? Why did he draw a straight line? I mean, what ridiculous questions. Bear in mind, this man is meant to be a logician. I can't see any valid reason for him asking that question, to be honest.
Unless he thinks it shouldn't be there.
Well, yeah, we'll see what goes on, but that's a really strange question, and people should be aware of the guy asking some really weird questions.
Well, he should be saying...
like it either.
Yeah, well, since he's the logician, right, he should be saying, this is why he included the fifth postulate. I've been studying this all my life, and let me explain to you. Not asking you, right? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. He's meant to be the teacher.
Yeah.
He's meant to be a logician that's taught logic. At university level. Well, as he says in a bit. Sorry.
And what was it that he said that you can easily prove? The fact that triangles have 180 degrees internal angles?
Well, yeah, he says all sorts of stuff, doesn't he? It's like this is contradictory. But you've got to try and make a note of all of this stuff in these particular. It's going to take ages to go through this, I'm telling you. There's so much in this. This is such a good argument. Such a good argument.
If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question.
Oh, well, it's an axiom, and axioms are self-evident truths, I would say. And
it's self-evident.
Like the one before it, that two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Well, does that one need proving?
So it's self-evident. So why then, given his definitions, didn't he just prove it from the definitions?
In the definition, did you hear that as well? That sounds like a confused mind to me. That. I'll play it again. Listen to his words. Well, does that one need proving?
So it's self-evident. So why then, given his definitions, didn't he just prove it from the definitions?
In the definitions for parallels, he added parallels. Right, so why didn't he prove it in the definitions?
Yeah, that's a little strange. Is that what the definitions are for?
Yeah, to define the words that you're going to use in order to find the proofs, right? I mean, that's the whole book is about a book of proofs. First, you start with the definitions. That describes the words that you're going to use so people understand what the words that you're using in the language, right? Everything's defined at the beginning. You can go back and look if you don't understand. Go back to the beginning of the book, look up the definition of the word, but boom, you've got it. The next one is the axioms. They're the rules that you're going to live by. And the postulates are what can be done. They're very simple things. But then you use all of those things and then you go into the propositions. And that's where the proof is. You shouldn't need to prove the bit because you've not got to the bit that you start proving things. I'm struggling as to what he's talking about or thinking about. It's strange, isn't it? Like listen to his words.
So it's self-evident. So why then, given his definitions, didn't he just prove it from the definitions?
Given the definitions, why didn't he just prove it in the definitions? I don't know.
That's a logician.
Sorry, I'm not even sure I understand where he's leading with that question.
Yeah. But I mean, we're just lowly people trying to understand a basic book about real basic things, and we're only at the definitions and axioms stage. And it seems like, I mean, we have been over this when we do the logic and the geometry. We've been over it many times, and like I said, we will keep coming back to this beginning bit because the simplicity is where the trick happens. If you can be told to not bother looking at the foundations of things, then all of this stuff will just pass you by. But it's been right there. It's underneath you, right in front of your face. And until you're shown it, you may never see it. Well, that's what we've done. The Logos has come along and gifted us a way to go back to the basics of first principles and start from the bottom up to get to this point. Now, we're now at a point where so-called logicians, teachers from university have been triggered in here to a Discord server to talk to a carer and a few other people, ragtag people from all over the place, about something that's so basic yet so simple. All right.
Hi.
Right, so this is to us, I think this is a gift. This is, I say, this is our passion, or my particular passion at the minute, is the foundations of the logic that govern all of this stuff. I mean, it's only geometry, but the geometry and the logic derived from reality are some really basic concepts. And the foundations that you get from all of this is amazing. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what this statement's meant to mean.
So it's self-evident. So why then, given his definitions, didn't he just prove it from the definitions?
And that's another example of how you can miss things that are said mid-conversation or whatever. I mean, it doesn't mean anything really, that statement, but it does show his confusion. I think you shouldn't ever have to prove anything within the definitions because you've not got to the bit that you are proving things. All of the proofs come within the propositions, and he should know that. Or here's another thing: maybe people haven't been taught how the geometry and the logic are closely linked, and you can use geometry as a logic teaching tool. I'm thinking that anyway. Personally, I think geometry is a way to teach logic and teach explosive logic, just to make it sound a bit more exciting. It's just logic with consistent truths. So carry on. In the definitions for parallels, he added parallel straight lines as such that never meet. Right, the definition for the parallel is already there. So in order for you to change a postulate into parallels and then say there are no parallels because you've taken the postulate out, did you also take out the definition?
Wasn't my question. My question was why didn't he just prove the fifth postulate from the definitions?
It's a self-evident axiom, isn't it?
Well, then it can be proved, right?
It's self-evident axiom. Yeah. I mean, you could definitely show that triangles only have 180 or the sum of two right angles, right? That's definitely
you can
provable.
show that.
Yeah.
So you can show the fifth postulate from the definitions alone. Is that right?
Yeah. The triangle.
So
yeah.
It would actually be a Sorry, let me finish. So it would actually be a proposition rather than a postulate.
Well, the Pythagoras is proposition 47, right? So it is in there of the triangle. Right? Triangles always have that, but the fifth postulate, obviously the one that you call the fifth postulate, just says on which side the triangle is formed. Not everybody else, no, because nobody knows about this sort of stuff anymore. This is great. Okay. I'm glad you're bringing it around and bringing it back out again.
So really, you're saying nobody, even in sort of academic circles or mathematical circles, know about the fifth postulate. Is that
what
you're saying?
Is that I don't know what? Go on, say that again.
So are you saying that nobody knows? When you say nobody,
no, you said everybody, and I said no, not everybody, because not everybody even understands what Euclidean geometry is. Not a lot of people would understand what the fifth postulate is, and they wouldn't even know that there is loads of axioms that people have got rid of that aren't in the five that you say are the magic five.
So you're saying it's not everybody. Clearly, many people who study mathematics know about it, but
so this is one of the things. I mean, hands up. Who here knows about the fifth postulate / the triangle axiom and how Euclidean / non-Euclidean geometry hinges upon this one basic fact about triangles being formed on the one side, either side of a straight line?
The only reason it was ever brought to my attention was because of this very conversation that's been going on here. It was never a thing before this Discord server, to me personally.
Here, right? In this Discord server?
Yes.
Nowhere else, because it's classed as a fringe activity, right? Why bother about level and horizontal for so long? Why bother about Euclidean geometry? Why stick on straight lines and right angles and vertical and horizontal, and why bother about that? Because of this. This is the trick. This is the big trick.
We had a self-proclaimed mathematician from university come in here on, was it Friday? Even he said he'd never ever heard about this during his university time in school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brush it under the carpet. Pretend it never happened. Don't look at it. But thanks to our friend Betty, we are going to go and have a look into the Triangle Axiom. 3 straight lines. Loving it. Like FPV's loving this. This is the big trick. This is where wizardry was invented, I'm pretty sure. The people that had played this game are the shadow giant wizards of old. But they've been long forgotten. They're just shadow giants now.
I brought this subject with you 1.5 years ago, Bev, and you didn't know anything about it, whereas I did.
Stop it, Rumpus.
You've forgotten it, have you? You idiot. And I see I still haven't got the ability to screen share, so I'll leave you alone. Bye.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I
Bye-bye.
can't hear him.
Did he just come in to call you an idiot?
I think so, yeah. He thinks he wants to be the one that told us about this 2 years ago.
Thanks, Bev.
So everybody on the globe side particularly, take note. Rumpus said he knew about this 2 years ago. So I really hope he's prepared you all.
You
No,
idiot.
I stand behind Rumpus.
Yeah,
I support Rumpus all the way. I stand behind him.
Rumpus
You're
is,
right, Rumpus. Thank you.
will have prepared his team, because that's what we've been doing here. We've just been going over the basic foundations and first principles of geometry. This is where we've been at for quite a while. And a lot of people have been telling us, we don't know anything about geometry. We don't know anything about straight lines. We don't know anything about tangents. And we don't know anything about angles. And, well, get ready. We're all going to go on a learning experience. Thanks to Rumpus. Like 2 years ago, we were set upon a journey, apparently, by Rumpus. It wasn't anything to do with Rumpus, but we could probably go back through all of the videos if we want. Rumpus, you find a video where you told us about this 2 years ago, and I'll replay it, because that'll be great. So yeah, Rumpus, my lad, who owns the server, has changed some of the roles now, and it appears Rumpus can't just share his screen and drown people out through the Discord server. He's upset about it. Be alright. So yeah, this one particular thing about these, obviously DP's been making a GIF, so everybody can explain. I'm going to be going over the board on it on Thursday. And yeah, obviously the Globers are going to be giving us their version of this and how they fix geometry by getting rid of it, I think. I don't know. You have to ask them. Anyway, carry on.
Those who don't.
So
know, correct?
how many in this arena then that we're talking to know about the fifth postulate? I mean, everybody in this room knows about the fifth postulate, right? Because we've discussed it.
I want to throw that question open. I don't know what people here know.
Everyone in this room will know about the fifth postulate. Trust us.
Okay.
But they also know that it's not 5. There's many more.
More postulates.
More axioms. The postulates are just what can be done, right? In the book that I've read, there's only 3 postulates.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when you studied Euclid, which one did you use?
Well, when I studied Euclid, I used the text of Heath, which is which is now the standard text. I think Mike Jones disagreed with that. When I studied, it was split into the 6 common notions and the 5 postulates.
So did you have the 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space?
That's an interesting question. I looked, after you raised the question, I looked at the original manuscript. It's a 9th century manuscript from which pretty much all the texts are taken. This is the Greek manuscript in Greek. And actually, you're right. 2 lines cannot enclose a space is a 6th postulate, which subsequent editions omitted.
Okay, so there's the first one. 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space is actually there in the original, oldest, whatever. I mean, he's talking about one in the Vatican, but I mean, they're just stories. But it's the point is, 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space is a very specific axiom. And the reason they've got rid of it is very specific too. It's going to be great. I'm hoping everybody can come on this journey. Because when I went on this journey on my own, originally right back at the beginning, it's a very, very good journey. Here we go. So do you think that needs proving?
No, because the received opinion, let's say the received academic opinion, is that that the 2 lines cannot enclose a space follows from it's postulate 1. No. Which is the one that says to draw a line between any 2 points?
I don't know. Let it be granted that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a postulate, isn't it?
That's a postulate.
Yeah.
Or just says to draw a line between any 2 points, and the received
straight
opinion
line,
is that,
isn't it? That you can
correct,
draw a
yes.
straight line in
Draw a
between.
straight line between any 2
Yeah.
points. The received opinion is that what that means is that
One line.
there can only be one line, one straight line between 2 points. Therefore, the enclosure of space postulate is unnecessary.
Why?
I'm just repeating that. I'm not necessarily agreeing with it. I'm just repeating that is what the received opinion.
Yeah, so somebody decided to take that one out.
It would have been
It's not been taken out of my book.
No.
It's still in the book that I've got, right?
As I explained a while ago when I was in here, there was the, I think it's the Heron edition of Euclid, and there was an
edition earlier than that, and Heron mucked around with this. And Heiberger, I can't remember. Heiberger discovered this manuscript in the Vatican Library, and he spotted that this was different and must have been prior to the Heron manuscript edition. And for that reason, he produced a new and now definitive edition. A definitive edition. I think I've got that in the Imaginometry. That you can redefine the definition afterwards to have the definitive definition. That you can at a later date redefine. It's just talking about people who decided to, like whether they should actually say 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. Well, it's a self-evident truth. I mean, why get rid of it? Why think that somebody could possibly say, oh, well, I know it's there. It's like it's a bit of extra stuff. It's like a bit of muck in the corner. Just hoover it up and clean it up a bit. Well, I don't think you should be able to do things like that, especially when you're talking about geometry and you understand the fundamentals of how logic and logical systems work. It sounds a little bit silly, for him to be discussing whether some dude called Dave thought that he perhaps didn't need that. And, there was another book that some other dude that had looked at that said it wasn't quite the same. And, well, I'd say if it's something like that, it's, hey.
Yeah, it's strange that, isn't it? Because if it's not an issue, why not just leave it there as a self-evident truth, which it is?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like you're running out of ink and you're going to struggle to add a few, an extra line or two about something so simple. I mean, it's obvious to me why it's there in the book, and I know why they had to vanish it away. Like, that is literal wizardry. When you know the trick and why that's disappeared, that is literal wizardry that has been performed through academia. Along with well, you're not clever enough to do it. I mean, like, why would you know? I mean, you've never studied this sort of stuff. You've never studied straight lines like we have. It's ridiculous, and it'll. Thanks to Betty, we're going to be exposing it all this week. The biggest trick ever done, performed on people. Here we go.
Sir Thomas Heath used, or the editions that everyone uses in sort of universities. So that's so your edition is an older edition.
Yeah.
The Heiberg one.
Yeah, but more in tune with the original, right? Where it actually says about two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
What do you mean by the original?
It's pretty important.
What do you mean by the original? Sorry.
See, and now he's fussed about the original. I don't know what he's doing. Well, the original.
Yeah, which edition are you referring to as the original edition? Because there are hundreds of editions.
Okay, well, do you know anything about Euclidean geometry?
A little bit.
Right. Do you know it's about the words and who wrote them? Or do you know it's about the actual geometry? What is possible and what isn't possible?
Well, the question is not just about the actual geometry. It is, what are the minimum number of assumptions? It's called reverse mathematics or reverse geometry.
See, that is a strange thing for me to hear too. It's all about. Listen to it again. I mean, it's about the geometry.
That we take out.
Well, yeah, it's about the actual geometry that you're doing, right? And the learning of the process. That's what it's about to me. But
yeah, but what he's trying to say is it's about the minimum, meaning, well, if we strip a few things away, it's still sort of Euclid, so let's just strip it down and do like the Reader's Digest version, and then we can get rid of this silly stuff about parallel lines.
Yeah.
Well, I was always taught it was the logical process. It builds on itself.
Yeah.
So you can't move forward unless you use what has already been presented as logic, as truth, as geometry. I don't know how else to say it, but that's how they taught it to me.
Yeah, when I came into this, I came into it looking for and hearing about a logic part that came before Euclid. Right, that explained how the geometry came around from the logic. Starts off as a logical saying and as a logical formulation, And I think when we end up looking into this, you will find that there is a skeptical attack that happens, that occurs within people's framework, within civilizations, where things get challenged, and a logical framework is the only thing that can survive under skeptical attack. And that's what geometry is, and that's the foundations of the logic that came before building of the geometry and the framework that goes behind that. Because I think geometry is a system to contain a logical system. Call it explosive logic. It's a way to hold that entire system of logic within a framework that's solid. It's rock solid. It can't be penetrated with it, through traditional means. There's only trickery and wizardry that allows you to penetrate it. But so that's what I think logic is. And geometry has that link with you not being able to penetrate it. You can't play tricks with logic, or you shouldn't be able to play tricks with logic. So that's my idea, and that's hopefully where we're going to be going this week. Hopefully where we're going to be going for quite a long time. But yeah, this is strange for him to say this.
What are the minimum number of assumptions? It's called reverse mathematics or reverse geometry. Given the geometry, what are the minimum number of assumptions we need for all these conclusions, these propositions to follow?
So given the geometry that's lasted for 2,500 years, perfect system, axiomatic system, like unbreakable, he just wants to see how they can reverse it to strip bits away, like Mike says. It just sounds ridiculous. That, perhaps, we'll just trim a few bits here. I mean, we're just Discord giants. We study here on the shoulders of these giants, of people like the Big Lebowski and Hermanzinger. All of these people that just got fancy names. But Beddy seems to worship them. They're his priests. They've told him something's going on with this geometry and they need to snip a few bits and just get rid of them. Going backwards. Yeah. Wow. Reverse mathematics is a program in mathematical logic that seeks to determine which axioms are required to prove theorems of mathematics. Its defining method can briefly be described as going backwards from theorems to the axioms, in contrast to the ordinary mathematical practice of deriving theorems from axioms. Oh, look, relatively new. There's a surprise. I wonder why they do that. Originally, they built the mathematics upon the axiomatic system, and now they want to reverse engineer the mathematics back to the axiomatic system. It shows how lost this is. Yeah, that old stuff. It's only been going for 2,500 years. I mean, old dudes with white hair. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't... I mean, like, if we hadn't have got rid of the old, we wouldn't be where we are today. Yeah, surely we could do better than Euclid, says Mike Jones. I mean, we're in Discord. I mean, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. It's amazing how they do this. Yeah. It's diletheism plus, isn't it?
Quite important. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom, the enclosure postulate, or not? Do we need it?
He's called it the enclosure. I've never heard it called that before. Keep an eye out for it, because he's obviously done more work than... He's obviously gone and studied it. I don't think he believed us that it was in the book when we said to him.
What kind of a question even is that? Do we need this axiom?
Yeah.
I mean...
Can we get away without it? Yeah. I mean, they're all referred to. I mean, this is a really strong axiomatic system. They wouldn't be there if it weren't needed. That's the point of it, I think.
Yeah, that's why, like, ask yourself the question, what's the end game of stripping away all of the stuff that was there in the beginning that is self-evident and obviously important to the system as a whole? What's the end game of stripping away at that?
And the received opinion is we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you.
He says the perceived or the received opinion. Well, he does say that a lot, I know. He say.
And the received opinion is we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you.
The received opinion is that postulate 1, which is you can draw as a straight line in between 2 points, will do the job that 2 straight lines can't enclose a space. One line
by consensus. Sorry.
Yeah. One straight line can do the job of 2 straight lines can't enclose a space. Well, I suppose one straight line can't enclose a space either.
To me, it sounds like Bebby's received opinion is the opinion he's received from the rumpus.
Well, from anyone. It doesn't really matter. Like, whatever's gone into him, or whatever he's read.
It's just somebody he's received an opinion from.
Yeah.
Opinion.
It's a way of putting it into a consensus. It's the, again, imaginometry. I've wrote it. He might have took it from imaginometry. Might have been reading it. Or we might have hit the nail on the head when we wrote it.
He says, right, that because you cannot draw 2 different straight lines between the 2 same points, that would be equivalent to saying 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. I would have to strongly disagree.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could be talking about a tangent arc chord. Enclosing that space between the tangent, the arc, and the chord.
Which just goes to show that it's important not to muck about with it, right?
Degenerate. George and his degenerate things. It may be. Who knows? Damn, man. I've never even thought about that. But, I mean, that goes to show what happens, isn't it? If you make non-explosive geometry. Yeah. Wow. Imagine injecting a bit of diletheism into your geometry. Imagine where you can take it. Well, you don't have to imagine. It's globe.
If you then ask what was the original in the original edition, we don't know because all Euclid's, the stuff he wrote, is all lost.
Right, everything he's just said. Nothing's Euclid. It's all lost. It's been gone. Isn't it? So who are we trusting now? Are we trusting him as the word of the guy that knows where the true Euclid writings are? The lost book of Euclid. He's the keeper of the
We don't
books.
have it anymore. We only have subsequent copies.
But we
or
do
additions
still
to
have
what you wrote.
geometry, right? And the basic
Yeah, we do. As I
axiomatic
just
system.
explained,
Yeah.
sorry, as I just explained, we have the geometry. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But the question is, what are the minimum assumptions we need?
I don't know. Well, like,
Don't want
what do you
superfluous.
say are the minimum assumptions? I mean, do you say that we need to tell people that two straight lines cannot enclose a space? Or do you think we could just sort of not tell people that? Do you think it's like that's a don't drink bleach thing? Is
No, I
that
don't
how
think-
you're
why-
getting
why
rid
would
of
I-
it, right? Or
I
do you
don't-
just
I
not
don't-
think we need it?
We
One-
don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. We can prove it from the first postulate.
What you can prove it. We don't need to have it anymore because we can prove it that two straight lines cannot enclose a space.
We don't need it because it's proven.
Yeah, but that's according to Beddy. Yeah. He's just screwed himself, right, for the model. So it's proven that you cannot have two straight lines enclosing a space. Longitude. So, yeah, welcome, Beddy. We'll get into that one later. We'll go over it again. I think I've got this one clipped. There's a little bit there, so it might be
We
saved.
don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. We can prove it from the first postulate.
But you can
okay?
prove
I've said
that
this
two
3
straight
times.
lines cannot enclose a space.
Yes, which follows
Yes.
from the first postulate alone.
Okay, everybody get that? Beddy can prove that two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Okay. So, you're not getting rid of it because it's not effective. You're saying because you can prove it, you just don't need to say it.
Correct.
Okay. Is that why you're... Yeah, you get that?
Yeah, if
Logician.
it's provable, it's superfluous.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be in there.
Is he going to come back and tell us that he was just granting us that? And that he had a different idea in his head when he said that?
I'm guessing so. It's a brave move, though, isn't it? We just got rid of it. Why? Well, because we could prove it. It was proved. Who proved it? Don't know. We're going to find out. This is brilliant. You just don't need to say it.
Correct.
Okay. Is that why you're saying you don't need to say that triangles sum to the 180 or two right angles?
That's a separate one. And,
What do you mean?
But there's a
What
similar
do you mean
situation.
it's separate? It's
There's a
not.
separate
It's an axiom that you're going to get rid of within Euclidean geometry. I'm just wondering what's the difference between the two. I mean, you're getting rid of one, or you're saying they've got rid of one because it can be proved. Now the other one that is about triangles having the sum of two right angles, you're going to get rid of that one because that one can be proved as well.
Well, that's the question. The question
you can
which was
prove that a
debated.
straight line's the shortest distance between 2 points as well, couldn't you? I mean,
Say that again.
you can prove that a straight line can be drawn between 2 points, can't you?
No, you have to assume that. That's a hypothesis. It's
What
a
do you mean?
postulate.
No, you can prove it, surely. Watch this.
Well,
Here's a straight line.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate, would it?
Right. There you go. If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate because, like he's just said, you can get rid of them if you can prove them. So, Beddy must think that you can't prove that a circle is a radius away from a centre point. Because that's still there. Or maybe Beddy's got a wrong idea about why they're there. I don't know.
Yeah, he sounds confused.
Yeah. I'd say he's not really a logician. I mean, he may be playing a part, and I don't know how well he's playing it for the Globers. He doesn't seem to be playing a very good /logician / geometer for the Globe side at all. I mean, I'm only, I'm a beginner at all of this sort of stuff. An amateur, let's say. He's meant to have been a professional. Somebody said he wrote books and done all sorts of stuff.
No, I'm pretty sure he said he wrote 2 books.
Wrote books and done papers. Again, here we go.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate, would it?
I haven't got a clue. That's your definition of postulates. Postulates are granted what they're going to grant you to be able to do the geometry.
We grant the postulates because we can't prove them from the definitions.
I wouldn't say that. I'd just say because of the way that the system is run, and at the beginning you start off in plane geometry, and therefore a line is 1D. Well, how can you replicate that? You simply can't. The postulates are just somebody, okay, let it be granted that you can actually draw a line from A to B, right? And that be a straight line. Because you can't represent 1D in reality. You can't represent 2D in reality. You can't actually do it because it's conceptual. So the postulates, the way I look at it, the postulates sort of let you know what you can do in order to conceptualize the entire geometric system.
Postulates are there because they're not what are called the common notions, and I think there are 6. Are there because they're common to geometry and mathematics and other stuff.
See, I think it's worth me saying that again and going over it. If it says that the geometry a line is 1D and the surface is 2D, then how were you meant to represent 1D on 2D? If they're not real, they don't exist. They're conceptual things. It's only when you get to solid geometry, 3D, that you can actually do anything. So you have to be told at the beginning, let it be granted that you can draw a line. You can extend that line once you've terminated it in a straight line. And you can draw a circle. Describe, he calls it. You can describe a circle, meaning actually scribe it. You can, because you notice it doesn't say you can use a compass and a straight edge, but they are the tools, the only 2 tools that you need, strangely enough. A compass and a straight edge. That's a straight edge, not a square. Compass and a straight edge.
And they are self-evident. The postulates are there because they're kind of self-evident, but you can't prove them unfortunately from the definitions or the common notions. So they're postulates. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I think he's got that really mixed up. I really do. You can't prove a circle because the definitions are of a circle. I'd say you definitely can. He's mixed up there.
That makes sense.
In the concepts of the way the geometry works, like you've just said there with the common notions, things which are equal to the same thing or equal to each other, right? You see the way. Well, that is if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. It's a logical system, right? So you can't get rid of that, can you? Right? They are like the governing laws of what you're going to do. That's the way I look at them. Now, in the book that I've got, see, now I look at these differently since Saragaki brought us the basic laws of communication, right? The laws of understanding, whatever. These are just a bigger formulation of those laws, the basic laws of law of identity and the law of the excluded middle. And I don't know whether there's a law of non-contradiction in there. I think it probably came from a simpler time where contradictions were rooted out, seen as a bad thing, explosive logic. The contradictions aren't a good thing, but I mean, maybe in there somewhere. I don't know, keep an eye out for it. But yeah, I think of these, what he calls common notations, as the earlier formulations of the three basic laws of communication that we call them. They're in there quite nicely so. That they are axioms, the same as two straight lines cannot enclose a space. All right angles are equal. They're just the same thing. They're an axiom.
It looks like Euclid's original manuscript. What we can reconstruct of it separated the idea of common notions from postulates.
Evening.
That's all I'm saying. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulates there, and you have explained that. There was one other question.
Why do you think they got rid of it?
Actually, there's another question. Yes, you said in one of your presentations, or one of your discussion notes.
Why do you think they got rid of it?
Yeah, hang on.
With the
just
logic.
Made a statement. You've just made a statement.
Yeah, but I've just answered your question that you originally came in for. Yeah. You've just asked another question, right?
I've been trying for about 2 minutes to say what I was going to say in reply to what you're saying.
Go on,
I'll say it. Thank you. Yeah, you said once that they tried to get rid of it, and that confused me. What exactly? Who is they? Who is it? Who is it who tried to get rid of the fifth postulate?
Are you getting rid of it?
Well, you can't. You cannot. Euclidean geometry does not follow. It doesn't work without the fifth postulate.
There you go.
Okay. So no one's getting rid of it.
Okay, so it's still there, right? It doesn't ever go anywhere.
Yeah, obviously it's still there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, look at any edition of Euclid, and it's there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's an obvious truth. It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Well, it's an assumption. Yeah.
Says it's an assumption.
Is it worth pointing out also that he said that all of Euclid stuff, that's just lost, it's gone.
Yeah.
And he says now that what we can reconstruct of the original Euclid manuscript, like, is it lost or is it not, baby?
Well, it's geometry, isn't it? That's the beauty behind it. The fact that Euclid wrote it down means nothing to the actual geometry and the way that the system works. You could replicate it given enough time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's very consistent in and of itself, of course.
Yeah. So Beddy's like appealing to this greater power, could you say? You know, he's appealing to a consensus of people trying to confuse. I think I say it to him in a bit, but he said, what was it he said a bit earlier on here?
That's what you're saying.
Go on,
I'll say it. Thank you. Yeah, you said once that they tried to get rid of it, and that confused me. What exactly? Who?
Yeah.
Postulates. I wanted to ask you why you think the postulates there, and you have explained. There's another question. Yes, you said in one of your presentations or one of your discussion
Why
notes.
do you think they got rid of it?
Yeah, hang on.
With their
Just
logic.
made a statement. You've just made a statement.
Yeah, but
You've
I've just answered. See, he's gone from here. I'm talking about this.
Actually, there's another question. Yes, you said in one of your presentations or one of your discussion notes.
Why do you think they got rid of it?
Yeah, hang on.
With their
Just
logic.
made a statement. You've just made a statement.
Yeah, but
You've
I've just answered your question that you originally came in for.
Yeah.
You've just asked another question, right?
I've been trying for about 2 minutes to say what I was going to say in reply to what you're saying.
Go on,
I'll say it. Thank you. Yeah, you said once that they tried to get rid of it, and that confused me. What exactly? Who is they? Who is it? Who is it who tried to get rid of the fifth postulate?
Are you getting rid of it?
Well, you can't. You cannot. Euclidean geometry
Cannot.
does not follow. It doesn't work without the fifth postulate.
Right, so that's a strange thing for him to admit. Right? If the entire system doesn't work without it, what's the contention? Like, why get rid of an axiom or try and say that it can't be proved if the entire system of the geometry doesn't work with it, according to him?
Yeah, it seems a little self-contradictory there.
You've got to point out the contradictions, but that seems like a massive one. Because he still goes on about it right now after just saying that Euclidean geometry hinges upon it.
The fifth postulate.
Are you getting rid of it?
Well, you can't. You cannot. Euclidean geometry.
Are you talking about?
It doesn't work.
Fifth
Fifth postulate.
Point, right?
Yeah. You're listening into the stream.
Yeah. No, just joined. Yeah, just joined.
Yeah. So Euclidean geometry is founded on that one,
no
apparently.
One's getting rid of it.
Okay, so it's still there, right? It doesn't ever go anywhere.
Yeah, obviously it's still there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at any edition of Euclid and it's there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's an obvious truth. It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Well, it's an assumption. Yeah.
See, says that's an assumption of triangles having 180 degrees. Don't think we've got to it yet, but there'll be another contradiction coming.
Yeah,
it's not an assumption, is it?
For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries.
Again, I'm going to have to point that out again. Listen,
It's
not an assumption, is it?
For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries.
A debate that went on centuries because he couldn't prove
Complete fabrication.
Yeah.
Complete fabrication. He just completely made that up.
That didn't happen. Nobody's. He
doesn't even know if Euclid is a he or a group of people.
Yeah.
It's all conjecture. They don't have anything about Euclid. They don't have any discussions with Euclid. They just have, pieces of a book that they say was written in, the 3rd century BC. And now he's like, oh, there was this, debate. Even Euclid knew he couldn't prove it. If he knew he couldn't prove it, why did he make it an axiom?
Yeah.
And didn't he start out the conversation with saying that it's provable?
He does say in this conversation that Euclid does go to prove that a triangle has 180. We'll
Well,
get
yeah,
there in
you
a prove
bit.
that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees.
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate, the triangle axiom, is it self-evident or not? A huge debate. If you look at Heath's edition of Euclid, he has pages and pages.
What have you done to look into it?
Sorry?
What have you done to look into this?
Well, I've tried to follow why people thought you could prove the fifth postulate from the other four and from the definitions and common notions. Yeah. I went through that last week, actually.
Right, so he went through this last week with Heath and the triangle axiom. Right, now, this is a challenge to everyone. He says for hundreds of years they challenge this. It's a simple statement about straight lines. I mean, read it. So, mathematicians have been struggled with that, apparently. I mean, it's not that complicated. I can't see what the problem is. It's pretty obvious. It's about which side of a straight line a triangle's formed. But Betty seems to think...
Yeah. He says that mathematicians have struggled with this for centuries, apparently so. But there is no apparent reason for why they should struggle with it.
Yeah. Nobody can answer the question, why? Are they struggling with it? I don't know. I'll leave it on screen.
And it's a lot of work. And if you want to understand it, go to Heath's edition. He has pages on it.
It's just about two straight lines meeting on either side of another line. It's only about three straight lines.
Sure.
It's not difficult at all.
The question is, can you prove it from the first four postulates, or do you need it as a separate fifth postulate?
We went over that again, didn't we?
That was the whole debate.
There's one position where no triangle is formed on either side, right?
Sorry, I've said what I've...
So there's one position, isn't there, where no triangle is formed on either side of that straight line.
So are you saying you can prove the fifth postulate? And is that you're arguing with me, sort of saying?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you, right?
You're telling me.
And I would like a little bit of either agreement or non-agreement. When I say with the fifth postulate, as you call it, I call it the triangle axiom. It's about where a triangle will be formed on either side of a straight line. Now, there would be one position where no triangle is formed on either side. Correct?
Yeah. So you're telling me you can prove the... That's what
I don't know. What are you saying? Are you agreeing with us or are you not agreeing with us? It's about two straight lines crossing one other straight line. As you know, you've been over it and you've looked at it. You've just been over it, right?
Right.
So them two straight lines, there is one position where those two lines can be that there would be no triangle formed on either side. Would you agree?
I don't know enough. I believe.
You can't answer the simple question about what the axiom actually says and where the problem is.
He's read Heath's 18 pages on it, but he doesn't know enough to say what it actually says.
Yeah.
And he's going to get into trying to strawman this as well, by saying that there's some way to prove it only using the previous four axioms. Meanwhile, there are 11 other axioms and 3 postulates before it. there is no place in Euclid that says one has to follow the other in axioms, postulates, or definitions. They're ordered as logically as they can be ordered, but there's no, the first axiom is self-evident, the second one is proven because the first one exists, the third one is proven because the first two exist. But he's going to play this game where what he imagines is postulate number 5 is proven because of postulates 1 through 4, even though it's axiom 12. It's whatever. It's him creating another straw man. I'll watch him do it, and he'll say it a couple of times. It's a little game he likes to play.
It's not necessarily his game, is it? This is a taught game from him. He's reading a script from Shadow Giants that he's learnt.
It's not even the Shadow Giant script, because I've read up on it. I've read the history of the Fifth Postulate. I've read the Barty book on it that I clipped pages for, and we went through over the weekend. And even in the Barty book, there was no discussion of Bolyai or Lobachevsky or Gauss saying that we're going to use postulates 1 through 4 to prove 5. It never was discussed. It's a complete straw man that he's bringing up. It's complete nonsense. He's so out of his depth on this.
That's right, Betty. But thanks for bringing it back into everybody to come and jump on. I mean, everybody have a go at it now. It's been struggling with the most brilliant mathematicians have struggled with this for centuries, apparently. We're going to go and have a look at it this week. Just talking about the logic of it now, though, and the conversation, right? To bring this up. This is Beddy's view on it. This is I'm taking it. He's coming from the globe view, but it seems to be he's coming from the I'd say Globe Earth Society group, maybe Flat Earth Society. Who knows? Could be the same thing. Sounds like that to me. He's just arguing for arguing's sake. Doesn't really know what he's got himself into, like Mike says.
Of course I don't. I mean, it's a very difficult question. Many people try to prove
difficult,
the Fifth Postulate.
Come on.
Sorry? Well, that was the whole point. People thought, yeah, this is obvious. Why does it is?
It's dead obvious. Straight lines.
Well, they said that. Many clever people said that, but then they realized you couldn't. Do
you want to hear that again? Right? Talking about this simplicity of it, but just realize that like they thought it was simple.
Sorry. Well, that was the whole point. People thought, yeah, this is obvious. Why
it's dead obvious. Straight lines.
Well, they said that. Many clever people said that, but then they realized you couldn't.
Yeah, they just realized you couldn't. You couldn't what? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They thought it was simple, and then they realized you couldn't. And then that's it. Listen,
you can't prove the Fifth Postulate.
How can't you prove it? Give us one of the problems that they had.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get up. Right, can I share the screen?
It's about 2 straight lines. I don't know whether you can or not. My lad sorted the...
Right. It says I can't stream into this channel. I want to do a screen share.
I don't know. My lad's sorted the channel out.
There.
Right, have you not got a screenshot or something?
I suppose yeah, but it's more than that. So Heath discusses postulate 5 from page 202. There's loads and loads of it, and if you want to understand it, you need to read all this stuff.
It's about 2 straight lines crossing an other straight line. It's very, very simple. That, you know, there's not much you can't work out for yourself, surely.
Well, there is. That's the whole point.
Well, it's about two right angles as well. So you know about all right angles being equal? That is one of the ones that comes before it. And straight lines. So when there's two right angles on both sides of that straight line, because all of the right angles are equal, right? And when that you get in that position, those two straight lines have the two right angles already. So it states that no triangle will be made. Those two lines will not meet. Because if you add in the definition of two parallel straight lines lying within a plane and never touching, then how could you not come to the conclusion that no triangle is formed on either side? Now, what I just said then may have seemed a little bit too much, and stick with us, because on Thursday, on Euclid night, I'll try and go over it on the board and all of that sort of stuff. But at the minute, I just try and stick with the... my geometric thoughts are working over this. It's just about two straight lines meeting another straight line. So there's only three straight lines for you to imagine in this. The words are on screen. It should be easy for people to go over this.
Can I speak now?
Well, I don't know. Like, are you actually going to put some sort of a point across? Or are you going to try and confuse people that
No, I'm not.
The great Beddy, can't work out about three straight lines and where triangles would be formed?
All I know... Right. Let me say what I was going to say. So Heath, in his book, discusses the fifth postulate, and he devotes 18 pages to this. And there are many, many other academic papers on this. It all begins... It began from Euclid's time onwards. Many, many people tried to prove exactly what you are just saying you can prove, and they failed. And then,
so they failed. I mean, I don't claim to be anything special, but I mean, it is only about three straight lines.
What they couldn't prove that if two straight lines on the side of one straight line forming less than two right angles on that side would form a triangle.
Yeah,
they couldn't prove it.
Apparently, yeah, that's what he says. They've been, on which side of the straight line? I'm not too sure. I don't understand it, and I'm obviously not a mathematician. I'm just a normal person talking about three straight lines. I mean, I'm not aware of needing any special intellect or anything to talk about three straight lines. But apparently, hey, if you say the wrong thing on some Discord channels, some boomer might get triggered in from a YouTube channel and come onto your Discord channel to tell you about three straight lines and what you don't know about it. But we're lucky enough to have Beddy come over to ours to explain all of this to us. What little we know about three. He sounds like Rumpus a little bit, doesn't he? When you put it that way.
He thinks that,
go on.
He thinks it's been falsified. He thinks they've been able to falsify it. That's my favorite part.
You give me the game
away.
away.
It's still in there. He said it's still in there, no problem.
But they can't.
But then I asked him. I said, "Well, falsify it then." And he's like, "Well, already been done. I just posted it. Already been done. It's been falsified."
No way.
What's it still doing in the book?
Yeah. Already been done. A falsified axiom. Wow.
Lobachevsky, you're familiar with those two names?
How did they fail?
No, they proved, in effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved... Again.
No, they proved. In effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? I would love to see that proof that you can't prove it.
Yeah, me too. That should be amazing.
I'm not aware of it. You know, like I've heard of modus tollens and modus ponens. A few of the other ones, but I mean, I've never heard of a proof of no proof. Proof of zero proof. The concept is even strange, especially if you coming from a diletheism where I know where he's coming from. Like, I don't understand how you have a proof of no proof, a contradictory proof. Is that good? Does that sound good? I did say that we would get that. Proof by contradiction.
I really hope he's listening to this right now, because and hearing his own words, in effect, they proved that it couldn't be proven. It's just, and then he comes back with that they falsified it. It's like, holy cow! But it's still in the book. I mean, how many contradictions can one guy have?
It proves how it's such a tricky subject this is. You should never have come back and brought this round here, but thank you very much about this. I'm loving the idea that people are actually going to look into these three straight lines and what can and can't be done. There's going to be loads of people going, I could do that. I hope there are. I really hope there are.
No, they proved. In effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah, the question is, can you prove the fifth postulate?
Look at how chuffed he is when he hears that.
No, they proved. In effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is
Yes,
about.
exactly.
Yeah, the question is, can you prove the fifth postulate from the other form, from the definitions?
I'll put that. I have to keep going over that. That's just too good.
Can I just say, I've just spent a couple of hours doing GIFs, and I've proven it to myself just by doing the animation.
Yeah.
The guy's mental.
Well, he's read some books about shadow giants that do things, and he's never actually tried to do the thing for himself, has he? Obviously
not, because you do it for yourself and you see how it works, and you prove it to yourself in the way that it works.
You understand what a proof is?
He admitted earlier he doesn't know enough about what it even states to say anything about it.
And this is a self-proclaimed logician, remember. You have to play that again, Bev. Just let that sink in. This is a self-proclaimed logician. It's about to say this.
No, they proved. In effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah, the question is, can you prove the fifth postulate from the other...
Yeah, that's what proof is about. It's proving that you can't prove things. That's the basis of proof. Yeah.
Yeah, babe. Yeah. Can I get a yeah, guys?
I think he signed me up for it there. Right? It was like a sale. Like, yes, that's it. You've got it. Well done. You win the prize. You can join our club now. You understand it. And obviously I was being a little bit sarcastic there, asking that question.
Maybe a touch facetious.
Well, he's meant to be the logician.
No, they proved. In effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah, the question is, can you...
I'm just gonna get that as a clip.
Yeah.
It needs to go in there somewhere. That's a definite sale.
What?
That's got to be...
You couldn't prove it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah, the question is, can you prove the fifth...
Yeah.
That's what proof is about, yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be the antidote to PhD Tony's breakdown, isn't it?
New for the Glober's witnesses. Can I interest you in a proof that's been proven to not be proved?
Yeah.
Like what? Yeah, you've got it. Nice.
I'm sold, Kev.
Yeah.
Just curiosity alone, I'm sold.
Checks in the mail, I'm sure.
One last time, and then.
No, they proved. In effect, they proved that you couldn't prove the fifth postulate. You just have to assume it.
What? They proved that you couldn't prove it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah, the question is, can you prove the fifth postulate from the other form?
He opens.
Go on.
He opens that sentence with "in effect."
I love it. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what proof is about. Yeah, the question is, can you prove the fifth postulate from the other form, from the definitions and the common notions?
Can you prove that a triangle is formed on the side? Like it? Yes, because only one triangle will ever be formed on either side of that line. I mean, that's obvious.
Bev, my point is, and this is indisputable in my view, you cannot prove the fifth postulate from the other four postulates.
Of course you can. It's indisputable in his.
But notice how he slips in that from the other four again.
Yeah.
He's doing this like nonsense proof that has nothing to do with what the quote unquote battle over the proof was to create this straw man argument.
Yeah, it's backwards. It's not an actual argument, is it?
No, has nothing to do with it. The previous four isn't. There's a circle in there for crying out loud. Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering. This is a man that's supposed to come from academia. I'm doubting it. I'm pretty much doubting most of the characters that we have within this arena altogether. I mean, I don't think the surveyors that we've had round here, Jesse Kozlowski, the main surveyor, I don't think they're real surveyors. I don't believe now that Beddy is a logician. Or if he is a logician, he's not playing the part of a logician. He's playing a part of a globe defender.
Oh, come on, Bev. Paid NASA shield is definitely a paid NASA shield, surely.
I don't think you pay him. I think he wants to pretend that he's getting paid for it. He's not.
The pretend NASA shield. What about FE pilot? He's definitely a pilot.
They're probably all the same people. I'm pretty sure there's that many actors in here playing about 8 different characters each. You don't know who's who. But Beddy's a guy that's not a logician. He can't be. Some of the things that he just says just don't make any sense. I'm only an amateur logician.
I mean, he does appeal to consensus and to authority as well. He should spot that right away as a logician, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
My point is, and this is indisputable in my view, you cannot prove the fifth postulate from the other four postulates.
Of course you can.
You can prove the fifth postulate from the first four.
Of course you can. Straight lines, 3 of them, meeting, you've got 2 right angles, you've got less than a right angle and more than a right angle, and you've got all of the definitions you can go with. Of course you can prove it. It's ridiculous.
I hope this is going out on YouTube. I hope this is going out on YouTube. So you are
So
unequivocally
hoping that this is going out on YouTube. I'll play that again. I've just said that it's about 3 lines, and of course you can tell which one the triangles would be, where it seems so simple to me. Listen to Betty.
Of
course you can prove it. It's ridiculous.
On YouTube. I hope this is going out on YouTube. So you are unequivocally saying you're disagreeing with the sort of all academic opinion, which says that you cannot prove the 5th postulate from the preceding 4.
I'm saying that it states on which side of that straight line the triangle will be formed.
It doesn't answer my question.
There is one place in between the two where all of the right angles are equal that no triangle will be formed. I'm struggling to know what your problem with it is.
My question is, do you think you agree or disagree with the received opinion, the received academic opinion, that you cannot derive the 5th postulate from the preceding 4?
I've just said, I'm pretty sure that you can prove which side of the line the triangle will be formed.
And I'm not enough of an expert geometer to know any better.
There you go. So he doesn't think he's clever enough or enough of a geometer to be able to take those 2 straight lines crossing another straight line to know on which side of that line the triangle will be formed. Simplifying it a bit, but I mean that's basically what it is to me. That's why I call it the Triangle Axiom. It does seem pretty simple, but Betty seems to think that because we say, God, that seems pretty simple, what's the problem with it? That's beyond the grasp of academia. There are some massive shadow giants, and when I say massive, in Betty's mind, there's none bigger. These are the huge shadow giants, mathematical, Gauss and whoever the other ones are that he imagines are the geniuses.
I'm just a humble meme maker and t-shirt logic peddler, and I worked it out.
Yeah.
Tending to my memes.
Jesus, buddy, it's not rocket science, man.
I guarantee you, before last week, he had never heard of Bolyai Janosch or whatever Lobachevsky's first name is.
Big Lebowski.
And the Big Lebowski. Well, that's even different than Lebowski.
Yeah.
Lebowski's a different Lobachevsky and the Lebowski guy are 2 different guys. But he'd never heard of either one of them. But now he's just created this myth about these 2 guys. Like, I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. If you read the backstory on them, they both almost went mad. The father told the son is Janosch, the father was Farkas. Farkas told Janosch, don't get into this. It will literally drive you crazy. It's the dumbest thing I ever did. And the kid didn't listen to the old man.
It's dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, trying to prove an axiom, it's just, it will drive you crazy because, as they said, each time they would just come up with a reworking of the same thing. It's like, because it's axiomatic.
It's a truth, isn't it? It's already a truth. How do you reformulate a truth? You're only going to end up with exactly the same truth. There may be multiple ways to get there, but it's only the same thing that you're always talking about. I do find this amazing that, and like Mike says, this is one of the biggest stories ever. And thank you, Betty. I mean, it's always been there, but thanks for bringing this round. New topic of conversation for quite a while. Jump on.
This ushered in the age of what they all called, what Lobachevsky called imaginary geometry. His words, imaginary geometry, where they just, imagine things.
Yeah.
Imagine if we could just mash those two words together. Imaginary and geometry. What could we come up with? Maybe DP could make a meme.
Maybe DP's already sung it.
Been done that. Didn't put it on a t-shirt yet.
No, not yet. No. Yeah. Imaginometry. I invented this shit. Have you made your geometry yet? Because that's what Betty's doing. Guys. Go
on. What's the difference between an axiom and a postulate?
It depends who you ask. I'd say an axiom is a self-evident truth, and a postulate is something that you get granted to be able to do within the formulation of it. At least that's all I know of, because that's the only thing I know about of the book, Euclid.
Yeah, the simple definition, if you just look them up, is an axiom is a self-evident truth, and a postulate, one of the definitions is that it's a hypothesis. So if you're one that is critically thinking about this and whether or not it was in this particular piece that Bev is talking about, they call it the fifth postulate, we call it the 12th axiom. There is a difference between the two. According to the strict definition, a postulate is something that could be a hypothesis. In other words, it could be not a self-evident truth, which is what Betty's been saying the entire time here in this recording.
Yeah, to postulate something is to like put an idea forward, isn't it? It's to voice an idea.
Yeah.
But keep in mind that before all of this, before the postulates and the axioms, Euclid said, "Let it be granted," because we have to have building blocks and starting points for the entire system. And everything that comes after the definitions, the postulates, and the axioms is all proven.
Well, okay, let's say, okay, because for me, we can use them interchangeably, right? A postulate, you can make a hypothesis, right? That hypothesis, it gets tested, and if it comes true, then it becomes self-evident, right? So we can level it up to we can define it as an axiom because it's been repeated and until it becomes true. So that's
demonstrated to be true. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why a postulate could be considered axioms as well. Right.
And keep in mind, right before these axioms and postulates was definition 23 in Heath, or definition 35 in Todhunter, that parallel lines are a thing.
Let's see.
Two lines that never meet are called parallel lines.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to go and look for then. Oh, that was what I was going to go for. I did have some things, and I'll go over them with you if you want, Skeptical, at some point. Remind us, it's about how they formulated the logic before Euclid and the reasons of the why they have all of those sort of things. Oh. Yeah. All right, I'll carry on with this. Do you know anyone that is?
Not in the academic world, because they all accept.
See, this was I'm putting a shout out here now. He says that he isn't clever enough.
And I'm not enough of an expert geometer to know any better.
He's not enough of an expert.
The
Do you know
logician.
anyone that is? Yeah, so I want some more.
Not
And
in
he
the
says,
academic world, because they all accept the received opinion. That's the way it tends to work. Unless you're
well, so Beddy says that he's not clever enough to do it, but nobody within the academic world would either, because they all receive the same information, apparently. Has anybody got the academia receiver? Or is that only piped through to people like Beddy? And
so no critical thought, he's admitting there.
Doesn't make it over here. Like, yeah, we're not like us lowlife normies, meme makers and garbage men. You know, like just usual carers, just the low life people. We haven't got the academic receiver.
What the hell? Do we need an antenna or something? What? I'll put up a dish to get the knowledge.
Group email address, I think it is.
Oh, the modern hermeticist has just done a video. The sentences of Sextus the Pythagorean. Sextus. I might have to look into that.
Sextus?
Yeah.
Did he invent the sextant?
He might be.
Just
You never
kidding.
know. You never know. Pythagoras is, yeah. Right, here we go. I'm struggling to understand what your point is about this.
My point is that received opinion, the fourth time I've said it, received opinion is that the fifth postulate cannot be proved from the preceding four.
Right, so the received opinion is he's not looked into it himself and found that it's only about 3 fucking lines. And he thinks you can't prove it because of the received opinion from academia.
And that isn't even the received opinion. The received opinion had nothing to do with the previous 4. That is, he made that up out of whole cloth. Complete fabrication on his part.
He keeps adding it as well.
About 11. Yeah, he keeps hammering it away because he wants to narrow his gotcha to as tight as possible. He wants to create this complete straw man so that there's this, you agreed that it's just the previous 4. It's like, no, F you. That's not the received opinion. You're completely lying, and you're creating a straw.
Yeah, and he's appealing to, is it both authority and consensus at the same time in order to make that straw man too?
100%.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so yeah, but it doesn't make sense that is all the only problem you have. And the fact that I say, yeah, of course you can. Like, I don't understand what your problem with it is exactly. Yeah, this is an important point. All he's saying is, all of those people over there have told me, well, actually, no. I've read a book somewhere, and that tells us that we're allowed to say that that's the opinion that's been received. Right? Not that he's gained. It's not a proof he's found. It's just something he's received, like a letter. This is your opinion. This is the received opinion that you are now having to broadcast. Well, Betty, can you please state your problem with us being able to go like, yeah, definitely, a triangle will be formed on either side of that line, apart from one place where all the right angles are equal, and you would make parallel lines. As defined just a little bit earlier in the definitions.
I'm going to... I had a second question. But that's all I have to say on the first question.
Yeah, but you've not stated your problem with it, have you? What's your problem?
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. He doesn't have a problem with it. Just the received opinion. apparently.
So he has a problem with it, but doesn't have a problem with it when asked.
Yeah.
It's like, it's unbelievable.
It's contradictions, right? There's contradiction
Yeah.
after contradiction.
Let's get rid of the 5. Why? I don't have a problem with it. Yeah.
Can't prove it. Well, yeah, I don't know.
And they can't even explain. They can't even. This is what really gets me upset. When you ask them what's wrong with it, they can't explain it. They don't have an answer.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get across to him. Like, I can't. I'm struggling at the minute now. We've got Beddy come round. He's well spoken. It sounds like he's been a logician. He's comes across with a big story and everything. And yet he's unable to tell us what his actual problem is. Apparently he doesn't have a problem personally, but his received opinion is that there's a problem somewhere. Again, he's read 18 pages of people doing stuff, but he still doesn't know what the actual problem is.
Yeah.
And I'm struggling to find out what the problem is, because it's about 3 straight lines. I mean, it's not challenging to most people.
There's no problem. I tried to find the problem. There's no problem. It's 3 straight lines.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's remarkable.
Makes you wonder what's going on in the heads of the people that are saying there's a problem. I mean, who's convinced them there's a problem with it? And that's some powerful juju, that, right? Like, see this here, there's a problem with this. It's like, what do you mean? It's about 3 straight lines. Oh, no, some of the geniuses have struggled for hundreds of years over this. Oh, give over. Stop being silly.
Hundreds of years. I love that story.
Like, your brain cannot process enough information to make 3 straight lines into a triangle? Come on, man. The president.
I'm going to have to do one from the chat. Somebody says, you guys can't find a single contradiction with the globe model. It's only ignorance of what the claims are. Willful and purposeful ignorance, he says. I presume it's a he, but that's brilliant. No contradictions. What about the drop and the hump? I mean, there's a straight one for you. Does it go down or up? What about vertical being in every direction? Is that not a bit of a contradiction? What about the contradiction that there's no horizontal planes on the model at all? You're not allowed them. But we do have them in reality. Obviously, we use them all the time. There's a word for them. If they didn't exist, there wouldn't be a word for them. What about that for a contradiction?
What about the fact that you have to walk around telling people that the word perpendicular is actually the word normal, and you're just going to use the word normal for the rest of your life instead of perpendicular?
Even though it means exactly the same thing. It's amazing. Yeah, don't worry about it. I keep your model there. You keep it in your pocket. Don't bring it out round here. You'll get laughed at.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
I believe.
So what's your problem with us thinking that we know it? What's that?
I believe you cannot prove the 5th postulate from the 4th, from the preceding 4. That's all. Why should that be a problem? You're saying it's a problem. Well, why is it a problem?
Okay.
I've got a comprehensive book on Euclid's element. Like, I'll post it in the live check if anyone wants to download it.
He's got that backwards, hasn't he? I'll put that again. Listen to this.
Look at that, Bev.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good book, man.
I believe you cannot prove the 5th postulate from the 4th, from the preceding 4. That's all. Why should that be a problem? You're saying it's a problem.
It gives you everything.
Okay. Why is he turning it round back on us again for because he doesn't think he can prove it? He's like, why is that a problem? It's not really a problem for me, but I don't understand. Well, I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying, do you know the consequences of that?
Of what?
Of the triangles having the sum of two right angles?
Well, it all follows. The rest follows. You have the 5 postulates, and then the rest of Euclidean geometry perfectly follows. Yeah.
Yeah, but triangles still have the sum of two right angles.
Well, that you prove that. It's not actually Pythagoras.
Did you want to hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah. As long as you stay away from 180, he doesn't realize what he's saying.
Yeah. Listen.
And then the rest of Euclidean geometry perfectly follows. Yeah.
Yeah, but triangles still have the sum of two right angles.
Well, that you prove that. It's not actually Pythagoras. It's one of the early propositions. It's either late 20s or early 30s.
So you do prove it. So you prove it within Euclid that a triangle has sum of two right angles. Obviously, because triangles have the sum of two right angles. But that axiom at the beginning just tells you which side of the straight line the triangle's formed on. I'm so struggling as to what... you'd have to call that a contradiction, wouldn't you? He says it does get proved. After saying that it can't be proved.
That it can't be proved.
Yeah.
I like Biddy's part when he says, "Okay, I can grant you the point, but what's going in my mind is none of your business." He was conceding the point. Yeah.
Like, so that's again another contradiction. I don't know whether we could go through all of the contradictions that he does of how many times you can contradict yourself on the one point about whether it can be proved or it can't be proved, or whether it can be proved not to be proved. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, so there's no way you can have a triangle with more or less than 180 degrees.
You have to prove
two
it.
right
you
angles.
Prove it from the fifth postulate. I haven't got Euclid in front of me, but I know that's the
You
case.
said it is proved. So the entire system of Euclidean geometry is a book of proof on proof on proof.
Yeah.
All the way through. So
no, not all the way through.
Yes, all the way through. There's no failures in it anywhere.
Because as I just said, you cannot prove the fifth postulate from the preceding 4.
Again, it's gone back. You can't prove it from the preceding 4.
Even though, Euclidean geometry falls to pieces if it was true.
Yeah, he did say it relies on that.
And then you got 35 definitions and 11 axioms and 3 postulates in front of it.
Or the common notions. It cannot be proved. You have to accept it.
That's the entire thing. Let it be granted that. It's like it's self-evident. Like, is that not what we've been saying all along? Or does he think that you can't prove things that are self-evident? I mean, that's ridiculous. If there's a self-evident truth, how could you not be able to prove it? It's ridiculous. How could you have a truth that wasn't provable?
There's no way this man is a logician.
It just doesn't make sense, but hey, I'm not, I don't have a model. That's all of them.
All of what?
All of the axioms. They're
No,
self-evident.
Let it be granted. Let it be granted just means let's assume that. Let's suppose that.
Yeah, that's the postulates, dude.
Do not question it if you want, because he's going to prove all the rest of the geometry from that stuff.
Everything gets proved, apart from the way I look at it. Let it be granted
the fifth
that
postulate doesn't get proved. That's the whole point. The fifth postulate cannot be proved, so you just put it there as a postulate.
It's not a postulate in my book. It's an axiom. It's self-evident.
Right. Yeah. Let me come back to what. Well, that's all I have to say on this, Bev. If you want to keep on this, I really
Do you not think then it's a self-evident truth that triangle will be formed on which side of that straight line has less than two right angles?
But
the
again,
interior angles.
You're trying to prove the postulate rather than just.
No. Look, listen, it's a self-evident truth.
Well, that's what people thought.
Yes, it is. It's definitely. That's what I definitely think. That's what people thought. It's a self-evident truth.
I'm sure you're right. I mean, why?
Why do you think it needs to be proved?
If you think you can prove this.
Why? No. Why do you think that needs to be proved before the proofs even start? Why do you think there is a need for you to prove something that is self-evident to many other people?
Well, I don't think it needs to be proved.
He doesn't think it needs to be proved now.
Thank you.
Double speaker, man.
It's hard to keep up with it all when it.
Yeah.
It needs to be supposed.
It needs to be supposed. Supposed. Wow.
I can't stop laughing.
You cannot prove it. A lot of people, centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate from the preceding four.
Right, listen to this. I could do to turn that up a bit.
The point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate from the preceding four.
A lot of people, right? So we are now in the group of a lot of people. Us, the ones that think you can prove it. And then he adds from the previous four, like Mike says. That's not an argument. Forget about that. Whenever he says from the previous four, forget about it. Just doesn't need to be proved. But I think people have got all mixed up in there what they think it's about.
Would you not? Can I just continue to the end of my sentence?
Could I just continue to the end of my sentence, please? But also, could you please answer one question during one conversation? That'd be nice.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. He has to keep asking questions.
A lot of people thought it could be proved from the preceding four. They also thought it was self-evident.
Right, a lot of people thought it could be proved from the previous four, and they also thought it was self-evident. Put it again.
Does he understand what self-evident means?
You'd think he would, after being a logician. Oh, come on, Cam. My keyboard. Right. Listen to this.
A lot of people thought it could be proved from the preceding four. They also thought it was self-evident.
That's us. A lot of people. We are in the big group of a lot of people.
They couldn't. And that was what Gauss
they couldn't
publish.
And Mike, you might be able to help us out with this, but listen to what he says about Gauss.
They couldn't. And that was what Gauss didn't publish.
What Gauss didn't publish.
Yeah, it's one of those great stories where they go back and kind of retcon Gauss and say, oh, he knew all of this stuff, probably because Bolyai and Lobachevsky weren't big enough names, so they decided they'll just take it and say, oh, Gauss actually had all this stuff figured out before those guys. We found Gauss's papers after he died,
Yeah.
and lo and behold, he had all this stuff done.
Yeah,
It's
he never
okay.
wrote it for anybody. It's just like in his scribbles, there might have been something that might have related to something for him to have a go at trying to see what happened. I don't know. Like it unpublished, he says. Gauss.
It's unpublished. It's in the book that I read. And there is no contemporaneous discussion. I mean, there are people who, knew Gauss, and Gauss had conversations with people, and, Gauss had students, and after Gauss died, after the long battle, there was the battle between Bolyai and Lobachevsky. Gauss died. I think he died before those guys. They die or somewhere around after they published. It's like, oh, Gauss had all this figured out as well. And so it's sort of a triumph of Gauss, Bolyai, and Lobachevsky. And again, it has absolutely no practical use. It's completely imaginary, and nobody and it's not proven. Again, it's not that they went back and said they proved they couldn't prove it. They proved that they decided they didn't need it. They decided they'd make up an imaginary geometry, and they said, let's just throw this out. We can't falsify it, but let's just say we don't need it.
Yeah, it was in a paper that I found about Bolyai and Lobachevsky. It said that if they just kept it in the 2D, they'd be fine. Once they went to 3D, they knew there'd be inconsistencies.
Yeah, and that's where we get in trouble with pi and all the other things.
Yeah, we're not going to go there. Nobody within any of this argument, if you ever bring it up ever at all, nobody will ever take it to 3D. Because that belongs to Euclidean. That's where we live. And when we talk about anything, we talk about in reality, that's entirely Euclidean. This 2D stuff, 100% conceptual. That's why it says within the postulates, let it be granted that. Because if they didn't do that, you'd never be able to do anything. You can't replicate 1D or 2D. So you'd never be able to do the practice for you to be able to get to book 11 with the solid geometry in reality. That's where a lot of this is going to go, but I mean, that's where we've been dealing all the time. Just reality geometry. Betty's in the chat, so you were right, Mike. He is listening. Thank you very much.
Come on in, Betty. Water's warm.
Who's making fun? I hope nobody's making fun of Betty's accent. I don't even know what it is. I hope you don't think it's where Askin was saying that you were sent here by the alien Belu. He's the tilt master. No, nobody's been taking fun of your accent, Betty. Unless that's what you're hearing yourself. Sometimes it can be a bit embarrassing hearing yourself.
They couldn't, and that was what Gauss didn't publish.
Gauss didn't publish.
Bolyai and Lobachevsky independently showed you cannot prove the fifth postulate. You simply have to assume it.
Can I ask a question here before we move on? I think he wants to. He's getting kind of tired of going through this, but are there great minds who do believe you can prove the fifth postulate? Like you keep mentioning. Let me clarify. Sorry. You keep mentioning all the people that you think are great minds that say you can't, or there's a big discussion about it. But are there ones that say you can?
Not to my knowledge. When I say, I use the term received opinion, and that means that we're talking about academic opinion here, which is that it's a bit like squaring the circle, if you're familiar with that.
It means people like
except the
Betty
crazy
don't
person.
agree that you can, so therefore.
Sorry?
Yeah.
If you interrupted, what are you saying?
I'm saying people like you say that it's not self-evident that a triangle can be formed on which side of that straight line. You can't even say what the problem is.
They would say that, yeah. But I'm not enough of a geometer. You know, I never formally studied. I did it as part of my doctoral.
He's never formally studied geometry. I mean, what do you mean by formally studied? I've had a good look at some straight lines, and I'm pretty sure I've got the idea of three of them being put together make a triangle. I mean,
he said he didn't formally study, but then right after that, he said he did it as part of his doctoral, and then he kind of trailed off. It's like, was your doctoral not formal study? How does that work?
Yeah. Yeah,
Thesis, but,
it is self-evident that one. He said he did it for his thesis, but and his voice always drops off.
I never formally studied. I did it as part of my doctoral thesis, but
it is self-evident that one triangle will be formed on either side of the line.
Yeah, that's
and there
fine.
is
You're
one
saying
exception.
that.
There is one exception. When all of the right angles are equal, which does come before it. And then you employ the definition that says that those two lines will not meet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
That's
disagreeing with
self-evident.
received opinion, if
Well, I don't know
I'm
what
not gonna
yours.
write a paper,
What is
and why
your
should I?
perceived? Is it your perceived opinion, or the perceived opinion of people that actually know about triangles and parallel lines?
I didn't say perceived opinion. I said received opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
is there anything different between a received opinion and his perceived opinion? I mean, does it make any difference? He's been given it.
Just him being pedantic and a dick.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not his opinion. All I'm asking for is what's his fucking opinion? And he doesn't have one.
No, because he's afraid to stake a claim because he's a pussy.
Have an opinion, Betty. Come on.
Yeah, but the received opinion is parallel lines and triangles, isn't it? Surely.
Whatever. That is the received opinion. I'm not enough. I'm not an academic mathematician.
You're not academic enough to even know what the problem is, or even state what the problem is.
Mathematician. You need to be.
You're just trying to confuse people, Betty. You've ended up confusing yourself.
No, I'm just
saying.
Straight
lines.
What's that?
He said that. You need to be a super genius.
Yeah.
Did you hear it underneath there?
What about all of the super geniuses over history that say that it's irrefutable? All of the ones in the past that have went at it and come away saying it's irrefutable.
Yeah. What about Kant, who says our entire world is Euclidean, and
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Wait, did he actually say you have to be a super genius? I missed that.
Yeah, I'm just going to go over it again, see if we can find it.
Whatever. That is the received opinion. I'm not enough. I'm not an academic mathematician.
You're not academic enough to even know what the problem is, or even state what the problem is.
Mathematician. You need to be.
You're just trying to confuse people, Betty. You've ended
Super genius. You need to.
You need to be.
You're just trying to confuse people, Betty.
Yeah.
That's a great compliment.
I shouldn't have been talking then. I should have let him say that.
You need to be.
You're just trying to confuse people, Betty. You've ended up confusing yourself.
No, I'm just saying.
Straight lines. Three of them.
I genuinely. Unless it's a big deal for me, I disagree with received opinion when I can see something wrong with it, right?
Well, what do you
can't
see
see
wrong
anything wrong with
showing
it.
where the triangle will be formed?
He said he doesn't have a problem with it or anything, doesn't he?
earlier. Contradiction again.
All I know is that every time I've looked at the question, I find the received opinion says this, this, and this.
What is the? He doesn't have he doesn't have anything wrong with it of his own accord, but the received opinion says there is a problem, but he doesn't know what the problem is. Received opinion, then what is the problem that people have with it?
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say what the received opinion was?
Well, yeah, you just say, go on, then, that they say there's a problem with it, you can't prove it.
That's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
What they say is, and this is a simple proposition, they say you cannot prove the 5th postulate from the preceding 4. This is the 6th time.
Why do they say that when it's about triangles? And yes, you can definitely prove that the triangle will be formed on which side of the line. It's obviously provable.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this, and are happy to talk to you.
The blue place can prove it. Betty's come in with a question in the chat.
I am not so sure.
Yeah, Bebby's come in for the chat. Is this knob with the posh voice? Not me. I don't have a posh voice, do I, Betty?
I'm sure there is no one better to prove it.
Yeah.
Who better to prove it? Prove that it cannot be proven than a certified logician, author of 2 books, writer of hundreds of papers, teachers of classes. Who better to prove that it cannot be proven?
No, we hand it off to Blues. The blue server. Boosh.
Yeah,
pass the ball over there to the Blues. Yeah.
Obviously provable.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this, and are happy to talk to you.
Better people than Betty over there in the blue server, the blue place, Blue Ops. There's a crack team of provers that proving that you can't prove stuff.
This is too good.
No doubt.
Somebody that wrote a book, a logician, is deferring to Blues play.
Yeah.
For info.
On the 5th postulate.
Himself out.
On the 5th postulate, yeah.
5th postulate, yeah.
Throwing in the towel, baby.
Which is an axiom, yeah.
Nice. Are you a bit behind, Betty? Yeah. I think you said something about your dog. I mean, you can talk to it about us next time. No, they won't want to talk to us. Don't worry about it. But I'm glad you finally brought this up, Betty. This is gonna change things tremendously.
What will it change?
Well, the triangles having 180 degrees or the sum of 2 right angles is definitely provable because it happens within the semicircle. As you know, trigonometry is all based around that as well, and the logarithmic tables. So there are going to be a lot of people being able to study a lot of trigonometry. And you know how hot angles are at the minute. That's going to be fantastic when people start studying Euclidean geometry and the fact about right angles and how everything works like that. Oh, and planes being parallel. That's going to be fantastic. Okay, Thank you very much. The 5th postulate is our key to bringing simplicity.
You could
the
be
logic.
Bev, here. I mean, if you would have to go and look at Lobachevsky and Bolyai's proofs, which are different, and you would have to find out what's wrong with those proofs. So I'd suggest that's the way you need to go.
We just stick with the simple triangles, right? 3 straight lines. It's really you're simple for us to be able to talk to people about this sort of stuff, and I'm glad you're bringing it back up for everybody.
So you're challenging one of the most difficult proofs in geometry, and you say you want to keep it simple. That's even better. If you have a really simple proof of why Bolyai and Lobachevsky are wrong.
I don't think you're bringing this up, Betty. Betty, you are bringing this up. I'm just saying It's obviously about 3 straight lines and where a triangle
Well,
is
then,
formed
you
on
know,
either side
write
of that
write-
straight line, Betty. It's okay if you want to interrupt. I'll give you your spot after I've finished. But it's about 3 straight lines. And they meet, and one straight line meets 2 others. And the triangle will be formed on either side of that one straight line. It's very simple. It's mathematical. It cannot be formed on both sides. That's the key to this. One triangle, either side. There's a position where all of the right angles, the 2 right angles, are on the inside on both sides, because all of the right angles are equal. That proves that they're parallel. There's no triangle formed. It cannot be formed on either side because both of the sides have 180 or 2 right angles. And as we've already worked out earlier through the perpendicular, it's very simple. I mean, I'm struggling as to why you, Betty, a logician, have come around talking to just a simple group of people about simple things, about straight lines. I mean, it's good. People have left us alone for quite a while in a group of people, and you've brought this, our passion, our logic, and the geometry, and we do it in reality. You've brought it into the heart of a group of people that I don't think really want it. That's
Can I
right.
speak now? You've been
Off
speaking.
you go. Yeah, go on.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
look, let's in summary.
Yeah, that's right. I think we've been hidden away in a corner somewhere of a dark, dingy Discord server, and Betty's come along, been triggered by what we're talking about, and he's brought what he's been triggered about by the most and dropped it over there. He's looking for some help to try and stop him from being triggered about these obvious truths about simple geometry. And he's looking for help over there at Blue Ops, at Adult Globe Earth Central. I don't think he's going to find it. But I mean, I don't mind if we trigger a few more Globers, we'll send them over there. And maybe you can get some more help, and eventually somewhere at some time, Betty, you might get some people enough to try and pretend you're just like these people. You can imagine that you can prove that you can disprove things. Be great. Oh no, you can prove that the proof can't be found. I don't know. It's difficult when you get into this.
He tries to go and prove that it couldn't be proven. It's like, and he's about to say in summary, Boye and Lobachevsky couldn't falsify it, so they decided to throw it out and start their own imaginary geometry. But they forgot the part that there's a 10th axiom that said 2 straight lines can't enclose a space, and they forgot that there's a definition 23 or 35, depending on your book, that says that two lines that never meet are parallel.
Yeah, completely forgot about the definition about parallel lines. It's crazy. There we go.
I had the question why the postulate is there, which you've sort of answered, and then I asked you whether you think that the 5th postulate can be proven in the preceding 4, and you've clearly said, yeah, it can be proved. 5th postulate can be proved.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you've answered my question. I had a second question, but we're sort of Running out of my time. I had the swimming pool question. Can you answer that, or shall I leave it for now?
This is the swimming pool question, right? So he's finished with that now. He's not told us anything about what he has a problem with, just the received opinion that he's been given and handed. He personally has no problem with it, just the received opinion is different than what us, even though he said a lot of people did actually think that they could prove it and it was self-evident. But he's still got a problem. Well, his received problem, I think. His received problem hasn't been quenched by the people that have proved that the proof wasn't provable. So therefore, I'm lost, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. So we go into the other one now, which is the other problem that he has. Horizontal being parallel.
Yeah.
Okay. All horizontals are parallel. 'Cause that's my opening. I felt that was fucking brilliant. Like, you want to talk about horizontals being parallel? I'll make a statement for you. I'll do it again.
Running out of my time. I had the swimming
Running
pool
out of his
question.
time. Swimming pool.
Can you answer that, or shall I leave it for now?
What is that about?
Can you hear me now?
Horizontal being parallel. Yeah, who's that?
It's Rob.
All right,
I'm back.
Rob. How you doing? Let me talking about his parallel lines. Here we go. What is that about? Horizontal being parallel.
Yeah.
Okay. All horizontals are parallel.
All horizontal planes, correct?
Yes.
Not all horizontal lines.
Well, all horizontal lines would be lying within the horizontal plane, wouldn't they? The horizontal plane would be defined by all of the straight lines lying within that plane. So they would obviously all be horizontal, wouldn't they?
Can I cut you short? Yeah, that is what you're saying. All horizontal, and I'm saying, well, yeah, horizontal planes are parallel.
Did he say that then? Did he say?
Short. Yeah, that is what you're saying. All horizontal, and I'm saying, well, yeah, horizontal planes are parallel.
Horizontal planes are parallel. Yep. That's all we're saying. Yep. All.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. For that again, like just to go over that, wouldn't they?
Can I cut you short? Yeah, that is what you're saying. All horizontal, and I'm saying, well, yeah, horizontal planes are parallel.
Are parallel.
So, two swimming pools next door to each
other.
So, one more time.
Yeah.
All horizontal planes are parallel. Say that again for us, Betty.
Can I cut you short? Yeah, that is what you're saying. All horizontal, and I'm saying, well, yeah, horizontal planes are parallel. So,
And I'm saying, he does say, doesn't he? You and I'm saying.
Horizontal, and I'm saying, well, yeah, horizontal planes are parallel.
Yeah.
So, two swimming pools next door to each other.
Let's go. Yes. Hey, listen, Betty.
Hang on.
All horizontal planes are parallel.
Second question.
Right. Just in case he didn't get my. All horizontal planes are parallel. It's one of our opening statements, I think. Pretty much like you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, all horizontal planes are parallel. All triangles have 180 degrees. These are simple statements that you can say when talking to the globe pusher, the globe witnesses. It's like garlic to a vampire. These basic statements of truth, basic geometric statements of truth to ward off the globe earther.
If you don't want to answer, I'll go now.
Okay. If it's got anything to do with the fact that all horizontal planes are parallel, being any different than all horizontal... If I can answer it by saying all horizontal planes are parallel, would you be happy?
No, because I want to give you the example.
Right, so I've said 4 or 5 times there that all horizontal planes are parallel. And I know what he's going to ask me. And I've asked him, would I be able to answer it with all horizontal planes are parallel? Not want to overstate the point, but all horizontal planes are definitely parallel. That's definitely a statement I'm making.
He's agreed to it earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's already agreed to it once.
In reality, the question is in reality. So my question is, here it is again. Do indoor swimming pools in neighbouring properties? No one's moving about. There's no earthquakes. Everything's very, very still. So the pools are about as flat as you can get them. Are those two, and they're at different heights. Are the surfaces of those two pools parallel or not? According to you. That's my question. My first part of my question.
You might be surprised, but I'll say it. All horizontal planes are parallel.
So the two swimming pools.
Right, so again, I've answered it by stating that all of the horizontal planes are parallel. I mean, I don't know whether Beddy knows exactly who he's talking to, but we've definitely done studies on water levels. If anybody's ever said a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, I'm not so sure it's going to be anybody more has said it more than I have personally. I've been saying it for 3.5 years now. So I think everybody should know what the catch lines are, the geometric catch lines for around here. And he just doesn't seem to get it.
Are horizontal planes, yes? Or the surface, the water surface of those pools.
Yes, a water level is a surface of horizontal plane. It reference.
So it sounds to me like you're agreeing that those two swimming pools at different heights with perfectly flat sort of water surface, those two surfaces are parallel. That seems to me to follow entirely from what you're saying. Is that right?
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. All horizontal planes are parallel. There isn't one that isn't, Eddie. I'll say it again. All horizontal planes are parallel.
Right. So
deal with it.
Do you agree or not that the flat surfaces of those swimming pools are parallel? Yes or no? Do you agree?
Right. Now, I'm not too sure what exactly he's not hearing. I know if you're listening, Beddy, this is not looking good for you. Like we have this thing about active listening. We did have somebody come round and teach us that a bit ago. I'm not too sure whether we're understanding each other, but it does seem pretty clear from what I'm saying, at least for me anyway. I'm struggling to get why you're not getting this. It's confusing me. It's confusing.
How many times? It's unfucking real.
Yeah, I know. It's like he's not hearing it, is he?
I hear you, but you've not answered the swimming pool question.
All. Do you know what all means? You're a very wordy person. Do you know what all means, Beddy?
Totally. I just would like you to answer that question.
That means that all swimming pools, all horizontal. You act smart, but then don't get the simple answers. All.
But I'm detecting a hesitance. All Bev had to say was yes, but he
fucking hell, Betty, come on, man. I answered you before you even asked it.
Before you asked the question, he answered you. And you said, I still want to give my example. And then when he said all, you said, what about the swimming pools? Yeah, all.
What surfaces of swimming pools, yeah.
What hesitancy was it, though, when he answered your question before you even asked it? Well, anyway,
here's the hesitancy. Here's the hesitancy. Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
Nothing to do with that question.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, yeah.
There you go. There's another one. Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, yeah.
It's a horizontal plane.
Thank you, Betty.
Possibly, yeah. Under his breath. You want to hear that? Like
a little, said that possibly.
A little get out clause at the end there.
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, yeah.
Possibly. A little under the breath, possibly, yeah. Thank you. But do you believe that those horizontal planes aren't parallel?
Well, if you assume the globe hypothesis.
If you assume the globe hypothesis.
No, it's not even a fact to him. It's just a hypothesis.
Yeah. Well, if you assume the globe hypothesis, then you're going to assume a globe. Right?
Yeah, and if you assume before... I mean, you're starting off on a false premise there. If you assume the globe hypothesis, just answering a simple, straightforward question about horizontals.
Yeah. Yeah, but, like... This is good. Listen.
I'm not saying where I do or not. I'm interested in the logic. I'm interested in what follows from what.
He's interested in the logic. And he's not saying whether he does or he doesn't believe about the horizontal planes. But I don't think he knows.
What's so funny?
Because we know, Betty. If you assume the globe hypothesis, there is no horizontal plane.
That's correct.
Okay. There you go. That's correct.
So possibly was a problem earlier.
Yeah.
So was that a lie?
Yeah, that's it.
Correct.
Okay, that's correct. So if everybody knows this now, I mean, Betty doesn't say he's much of a geometer. At all. But one of the things he does know is on the globe model, with the globe model hypothesis, there is no such thing as a horizontal plane. They don't exist.
He's further along than a lot of them.
Yeah.
When he says that. Because I got plenty of them who are still holding on dearly to horizontal planes.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of it, that Betty he's the one that went over there with the t-shirt logic, dropped it at Globe Earth Central, and now's gone, yeah, I know. There's no such thing on the globe model. So he's gone over there, dropped t-shirt logic, and gone, hey, guys, this obvious fact of reality, on your model, you don't have any of them. Deal with it, guys. Genius move. Absolute genius move. Betty. Like, why is there a word for a horizontal plane if they don't exist? Oh, it's fantastic. Deal with it.
Correct. On
Okay,
the globe hypothesis,
so the water level that you've just said establishes a horizontal plane. You obviously know that you weren't talking about the globe hypothesis when you were talking about that. It's really weird that you do that.
Well, I've no interest in. That's an empirical question, and I'm interested in your answer to an.
He's not interested in it. He's only interested in my answer to something that he knows on his globe model hypothesis doesn't even exist. There's some weird games going on here, everybody that you're listening. Get in on it. This is going to be some of the best stuff ever. They don't even know what their argument is. They're lost. In the middle of nothing. They don't even know what it is that they're arguing against, because they seem to be arguing against horizontal planes existing. That's a bad position to be coming at from. Geometrically, anyway. I don't envy them at all. But thanks, Betty. Thanks a lot.
Empirical question, but you've kind of answered it. Yeah, I still find it odd. You would say
you just conceded that a pool is a horizontal plane of preference. I mean,
actually, it's
I
not
appreciate the concession.
It's not.
You literally just said that.
Shh, be quiet.
You literally just said it.
You want to hear that again? Shh! Shush!
Be quiet!
Shush! Shush! Don't tell them that.
I mean,
actually, it's not.
It's
not.
You literally just said that.
Shh, be quiet.
You literally just.
Oh my lord, he shushed
He
me,
did. He shushed, Mike, but we've been over this a few times. I don't think this is an actual one, Betty. I mean, come and tell us at some point, but I don't think you could control this. I think it just sneaked out. Because Mike is pointing out that you did just concede to horizontal planes, and then you conceded that horizontal planes don't exist on a model. And Mike's just here pointing it out. And we get one of the classic bits. Nobody's ever shushed anyone.
You just conceded that a pool is a horizontal plane of preference. I mean,
actually, it's
I
not
appreciate the concession.
It's not.
You literally just said that.
Shh, be quiet.
You literally just said it.
I've played it a few times. Let me get down here. Oh. There we go. Is it?
No, they prove.
Oh, no, this one. Yeah.
Shh, be quiet.
You literally just said it.
Shh, be quiet. Shh, be quiet.
Shh, be quiet. Shush, be quiet. That's genius. Now listen to this, because obviously when you get to a certain age and somebody shushes you in the middle of a debate, like we were having a discussion afterwards, weren't we? Like, think about the last time you were shushed. Ever. Right. And then put a group of people together. Now, this is genius. Did you just shush? Listen.
You literally just said it. No, fuck yourself. Don't tell me to be quiet.
Speaking there, I can't.
You just told someone to be quiet and an adult.
Unfucking real.
Yeah, let's all calm down. He's looking for an excuse to leave. Don't give him one. You did say that, though, Bebby. I mean, that was your question.
Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Oh, I got
you. I have no view.
Has anyone ever heard of a temporary agreement within a debate
He even denied this. He even denied this subsequently in YouTube. He denied that he said he temporarily agreed. I was like, no, dude, those are your fucking words.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you eat them. Do you hear them again, Betty? Temporarily agreed.
Yeah. Here we go.
Not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
I was temporarily agreeing.
He's even laughing when he says it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he knows the gig is up.
Yeah. This is so bad.
Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
I got it.
I was temporarily agreeing. Just a joke. A joke, temporary agreement. Oh, he's going to take it back whenever I'd finished with it.
Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
I got it.
I have no view either way on which hypothesis is correct.
I have no. Has anybody ever heard of a temporary agreement? I'm lost within this debate setting or whatever to have ever got that. No view either way anyway. I just deal with what I know in reality. That's all we ever have done, Betty.
Let's assume.
It sounds like we assume we agree. Like reality is, obviously, Euclidean.
Let's assume that the surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume
just one. You only need one.
Mm-hmm.
So the swimming pool in New York now, and it's not the neighboring.
You just need one. It's a horizontal plane, correct?
It's all
the one
horizontal.
in New York.
Yeah.
Is the swimming pool in New York a horizontal plane?
No.
Do we agree that one swimming pool is a horizontal plane? Do we agree? Well, let's start with the premise.
Yeah, let's start with an agreement.
Pool in New York, let's just agree. Is the swimming pool in New York a horizontal plane of reference?
Let's assume the other hypothesis. Not the globe. Hi, Mike. You spoke. Yeah. Then they're parallel.
Like what? He can't assume that it's horizontal. He can't even admit that one of the swimming pools establishes a horizontal plane because he's stuck in a model problem. If he says yeah, it's a horizontal plane, then he's ditching his model. He knows that. If he says no, we'll say, well, what is it then? It's terrible.
And why would we be worried about two if one isn't?
Yeah.
Like, who cares about the second pool? Let's just talk about the one pool then.
Yeah, let's have an agreement that we can establish what one pool is first before we can start work out what parallel is. Parallel is straight lines, isn't it? Yeah.
They have to be parallel.
No. Is the pool in New York a horizontal plane?
Let's assume it is.
Just assume, or is it? Is a swimming pool a horizontal plane of reference? Simple question. Before we move on to two swimming pools, let's just do one. Is a swimming pool a horizontal plane of reference?
I will grant you that.
You will grant you. I will grant you.
Is that more powerful than temporary agreement?
Yeah.
Temporary agreement and grant.
How honoured for him to have granted you a horizontal surface of water in a swimming pool. Genius.
Yes, it is. You agree that a swimming pool is a horizontal plane of reference.
I shall grant it. I don't necessarily agree.
Do you agree or do you not agree?
He doesn't agree, but he will grant it to you that you're allowed to have it. A temporary sort of granting. I will temporarily grant you that for the sake of this argument, you can have a horizontal plane.
I don't necessarily
Do you agree or do you not agree? Just yes or no? Do you agree that a swimming pool is a horizontal plane of reference?
I do not believe that.
No.
I do not believe that. Finally, after all that time, we find out Betty does not agree that a water surface is a horizontal plane of reference.
This is Betty staking his only claim, and even this claim, he couches with the believe. He can't just say no. Like Blue would say no. Blue's got balls. He'd go no.
Yeah.
Right? Like Blue would say no. Betty, I don't believe.
I don't believe that. Quiet as well.
Quiet.
Yeah.
I do not believe that.
I do not believe that.
No, you don't believe that. So then what's the point? Why bother asking about other ones if you can't even agree that one is a horizontal plane of reference?
I want to understand what follows from Bev's initial hypothesis. That
So you're disagreeing with yourself from earlier, though, when you did say that it was a horizontal plane of reference.
No, I
you're
should
now
have said,
changing that.
I should have said I grant that. You're making this
You
sort
should
of
have
unnecessary tedious, Mike.
He made a mistake in words. When earlier he did say it was a horizontal plane of reference, he should have said he grants it. For the sake of the argument, I'm guessing. I don't know.
Well, you're disagreeing with yourself.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree
You
with
don't
it.
agree. So you don't agree that a pool is a horizontal plane of reference. All right, we're good. I'm good. I'm glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
So, by necessity, that means that you think... Would that be... Because I think like the shortest distance that we can measure would be a horizontal distance. But you would obviously have to disagree with that then now, wouldn't you?
Why? I've granted your hypothesis. So, which is to say, I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business.
Here you go. He'll not verbally disagree. What goes on in his own head is his business. So he could probably be thinking you're a lying shit, but he won't say anything about it.
That's
What
why
goes on in his head is just a sea of contradictions.
Yeah, that's why he has so much trouble answering questions. He don't want you to know what he's thinking.
It's strange, isn't it? Yeah.
Believe is my own business.
Well, I will grant what he believes is his own business, and like he shouldn't have to answer your questions when you ask him a question in return. That's his opinion. No, you have to answer to him whenever he wants you to answer anything. He won't tell you what he thinks. He doesn't have to do that. It's his opinions. He's just going to come and chase you for your opinions.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a time suck. I mean, he's just literally a time vampire. He comes in, asks a bunch of useless questions, provides nothing but consensus and received opinion. And even his received opinion is wrong. He hasn't read up enough. He read 18 pages of Heath. Oh, 18 whole pages, Betty. Wow, you really did your homework.
Just about the fifth, though.
Right. I mean, holy cow. Why don't you just read the book? Read the whole book and then get back to us.
Find your own proofs within the book. They're all there. You don't need to take everybody else's word for it at all. Go and get them for yourself. And you then, as I'm talking, the both opinions, right? Okay. So if you want to play the granted game, I will grant you the fact that you don't think that it's a horizontal plane. Therefore, it must be the distance across the surface must be greater than a straight line distance. Or maybe I might be able to grant you that you perceive the straight line to be curved, but aren't really sure about it. Would that be okay? Could I grant you that we could both talk about it as though it's horizontal, whereas both of us could possibly have a different idea on what horizontal is?
No,
could I grant you a possible bendizontal, like Wally seems to be having in the chat? Like, you do know that there are people that are really confused now about this argument and why you're saying a triangle might not be formed on either side and all of that. Because, I mean, it's obviously going to confuse people, right?
I'm not confused.
I know, it doesn't sound like, but there are people that are confused. Like, Wally now thinks horizontal is the same as level, but they're both curved.
I don't think Wally. Well, shall we ask Wally? I don't think he believes that at all.
He definitely believes that.
Wally definitely believes that. Yeah, we've got a clip. We've been over it for a few days. Wally is completely confused about a horizontal. He's gone all bendizontal, and that's something you should never really do. You should never publicly express your bendizontal. Makes you look like a crazy person. And what you do if you ever go full bendizontal, you end up exposing the model as being fucking ridiculous. Because everybody knows horizontals don't bend, but Wally's been there. That's what we're talking to Betty about.
We got a
here.
clip. I think somebody got it earlier, didn't we?
He's on mute. So.
I'll get you the clip. Yeah, he's shy. Yeah, look, see that in there. He wrote that earlier. Level equals horizontal. Unclamped equals straight. Unclamped does not equal level. Level equals curved. So he's done a equals B, B equals C, and he's ended up with level being both horizontal and curved at the same time. I mean, that's diletheism right there, isn't it? Everything's contradictory.
Can I add something here? I just got a text from one of my workers. He says let me read it. Finish scraping and watering the land. Let me explain to you what he means by that, because they use this all the time. We're leveling out dirt, and when they mean watering the land, they mean making it horizontal, leveling it. Isn't that funny? That's the term they use.
They call it watering, do they? Leveling it off. Nice.
Yeah, that's his exact text. Finish scraping and watering the land. What else do you want me to do here? And watering means making it horizontal, making it flat. He just sent me that. Carry on.
I did learn that. I'd never heard that before, so thank you, Ricky.
Yeah, it's some weird times, Buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Which argument are you talking about?
Mentally challenged with this argument in particular.
Which argument?
The your cross argument, and where you've challenged the fact that horizontals aren't parallel, obviously, because on a model they can't be, can they?
Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of you get a horizontal plane, right? You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. So,
yeah, but the representations
and right back to the horizontal plane.
Yeah, any two lines on a horizontal plane, right? He's forgotten again, hasn't he?
Yes.
They don't actually exist. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's like horizontal line. He's got his cross, so they intersect, but he knows that horizontal planes are parallel, and his lines are on a horizontal plane. And wait a second, oh shit, did I just say I have a horizontal plane? Wait, scratch that. There are no horizontal planes on my model.
Yeah, it's a terrible position to be put in, and Yeah, thanks for bringing it up, buddy.
So,
Yeah,
let me
but the
finish here.
representations of the vertical planes, aren't they?
No,
Those
they're not.
crosses.
If I
Yeah,
draw-
they
if I
are.
draw
Because
a
if you
straight
do
line-
it,
if we construct a straight line, a horizontal plane, then that line is horizontal.
I made
Do
some
you
cards.
disagree?
My missus made some cards. You've got an XY, right? The easiest way to explain.
I'll go over that at some point as well. But it's yeah, how can he have a horizontal plane and know that horizontal planes don't exist on his model and then continue to talk about horizontal planes as though he's just forgot about it? It's like that double speak that they were talking about in the Ministry of Truth, where they had to switch their cog dis on and off, like whichever contradictory one they're using at the time, they have to switch the other one off so that there is no contradiction. And I think that's what Beddy's doing here. He's just switching them on and off at different times. Horizontal plane, I'm talking about a horizontal plane as though they're real. But I know, on the other side, that horizontal planes don't exist on the globe model. So there's got to be a conflict there. Either the horizontal plane's there or the model's there. And you can't have one without the other, right? Or one and the other. You can only have one of them. You can only have horizontal planes or globe model. The two are not compatible. And that's the cog dis that the horizontal planes being parallel argument that Beddy took over there. Thank you very much, Beddy. Took over there and dropped in Globe Earth Discord Central like a little bomb. Shout out, Bob. I hope you're doing okay, Bob. And we haven't got any sort of, we don't know how Blue's doing over there in Blue Ops. That's right, Blue. We haven't got a clue. Don't worry about it. We don't know a thing going on over there. You're safe. Hunkered down in your little keep over there. We definitely don't know what's going on. The lines conceptually on a horizontal plane.
i.e., for fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
Wow, he's swearing.
I'm trying to clarify. The representation of the horizontal plane would be the two vertical planes. The lines that you would have crossing would be the two vertical planes represented on the horizontal plane as lines.
A representation of something is not the same as what it represents. I can draw on two vertical lines, crossing vertical lines.
Have you ever heard such a stupid reply? A representation of something isn't the same as what it represents.
I typed that one out when he said it, and I put it into chat. You can, if you just Google, if you just go into chat and say representation and represents, you'll find me with Bebby, 2022, because what a line.
Yeah.
What an epic line.
That's good, isn't it? Genius.
A representation of something is not the same as what it represents. I can draw on two vertical lines.
You can hear me go, oh, God, what a... Like, what is the use of talking to people that are this bad?
And crossing vertical lines.
Meant to be academia. He's coming here with academia.
On a vertical whiteboard.
Yeah.
So the representation, the lines you've drawn are vertical. What they are representing, what they're depicting, if you like, are two horizontal lines. Right?
No, horizontal would only be one position, wouldn't it? On that whiteboard. It would only ever be in one position. You couldn't ever draw two horizontal lines intersecting on a vertical.
Yeah, I think you're getting the representation.
Whiteboards, could you?
It's a bit.
The lines on the...
Yeah.
That's terrible. If he's coming from academia saying there's a problem about three fucking straight lines.
I'm not too sure whether what's going on there, you know. Yeah, you have to wait for the rest of the video to come out for that one. So that's a trip of Betty coming round to talk about logic and how we... well, I don't know. He just came round asking us our opinion on Euclid, which is a very simple, basic foundation book of mathematics and geometry that should be essential reading for anybody, I think.
I feel like in that conversation, he called us all super geniuses for being able to understand the 12th axiom.
Well, I mean, I wasn't... To me, it's just about 3 straight lines and a very simple triangle. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, I hope everybody else is listening to that. If you can come round here and understand about 3 straight lines, then Betty would consider you, too, a super genius.
Yeah, my point.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to become a super genius, I mean, you could even just sort of contemplate about the 3 straight lines and become a demi genius. I don't know. I mean, like, once you get the 3 straight lines and realizing you could go, oh yeah, triangle that side, triangle that side. Oh, triangle neither side. That's about it, isn't it? There's nowhere else for that to occur.
Instant super genius.
Yeah. That might be well for the t-shirt range, DP. I'm a super genius. Triangles have 180 degrees.
Thank you, baby.
Super genius alert. Yeah, you could really impress the girls. I bet they'd be well impressed with that. I hope you're going to come back round again, Betty, and we can have a proper discussion about this, rather than you just asking stupid questions. I mean, I've been ages waiting for this. I mean, hopefully this week at some point we're going to end up with some decent conversations. I know we've already had them, but most of the conversations we've had, we keep inside in the Discord server. We don't do the live shows where we put all of that stuff out because, well, I don't want to spoil it for everybody else. I'd love other people to be able to have these conversations with the model afflicted.
And like Rob keeps showing everybody, it's super simple and easy to come in here and just have a conversation.
Yeah, you all right having a bit of a chat for a bit, or do you want to put a Buster song on? I need to make a brew. I'm gagging. Mrs. went to bed. Let me put a Buster song on.
I would
for
take a bit of Buster, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Any preferences? Anyone? We've not had a know what I know for a while, have we?
Don't take advice from fools.
I've not got that. I've not got a fool's one. That's me compilation mix for the beginning of the videos. So I'll be back in a minute. Just a quick Buster song. Talk amongst yourselves.
double think clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows. You'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals
saying-
are parallel to the
Let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout your logic at me. I'm still talking.
We're back, are we? Yep, we're back. Filled up with me brew again. So that's the logic of, well, I don't know, the logic of. It's just about one little axiom about a triangle, and hopefully we'll get into why the problems are occurring, but I think most people can guess. The problem is that on a model, certain things don't fit. And they can't have what we term Euclidean geometry, is just the geometry of reality. But that very geometry doesn't support a model. Mike's gone. Yeah, the model doesn't work with the geometry, so they have to derive a new geometry to support a model. But obviously you can't relate that to reality because Euclidean geometry is the geometry of reality, where triangles have 180 degrees, as usual, two right angles. Two right angles, well, all perpendiculars to a plane is the big problem, which is based around the perpendiculars, which is right angles. Two right angles on a straight line means they're parallel to each other. And if you have one as horizontal and the other one as vertical, you can't have them parallels. That's the problem. Such a good play, such a good game. And because they've been allowed to get away with it, or they have got away with it for so long. A very simple, basic truth about right angles, perpendicular. I don't know. It's very simple, yet, well, we ended up calling it advanced simplicity because it's very simple, but a lot of people imagine it's really complex. The amount of people I've heard say, "Oh, I don't really get geometry. Don't really understand it," when it's very simple. And I think the problem is a perception that they're not clever enough. Like what Beddy did tonight, he tries to make it like all of these geniuses couldn't solve it, yet you think you can. Well, it's simple. Very simple, but academics and people like that like to perceive that they're much cleverer than normal people. Or is it them like putting you down that makes them feel better?
That's what it actually does sound like, yeah, because this is coming from someone who admits that he knows nothing about the Triangle Axiom, Axiom 12. He has no clue. So his opinion about, what you or anybody else feels about the Triangle Axiom has no bearing on anything, because he has no clue about it himself.
Yeah, he's just going off his received opinion, which is basically just what's an opinion that's been given to him. And that's what he's going to use his superiority. Well, not even his superiority, right? He's going to wave a shadow giant at you. Look at this shadow giant. Look how impressive he is. Look how clever he is. Do you think you're more clever than this shadow giant I have here?
Well, if he failed to understand the Triangle Axiom, then yeah.
Yeah, the shadow giant probably cleverer than he is.
Obviously, yeah.
But, no match for a simple triangle. Like a simple understanding of something so basic. I'd love it if people want to come in and get involved in this. We're gonna do our best to explain it, but this is one of those things that if you really want to come and try and see the beauty of this argument, you should really come into the Discord. And it will be explained much better than we will be able to do over the YouTube. this sort of stuff, I mean, it is very simple, but it does need to be tailored to the individual, just to make sure that if you have any problems with it, you can ask the question and it will hopefully get sorted.
And I would also say that if you want, like, for this very specific topic also, who better to talk to than people who are actually interested and care about it, rather than people who actually hasn't even read into it or has no clue what it's about.
Yeah,
like
I'd like
Webby
to
self-admittedly saying he had no clue, he has no opinion, he's like, he doesn't know enough about it. 3 straight lines to talk about it.
I have to check with the shadow giants to see what their received opinion is. Let me just call up the shadow giants. I would say that this sort of stuff is better for you to go through it on a one-to-one basics sort of stuff, or just try it as an argument. That's the best way of doing it, I find. It's like getting a new car, taking it for a spin. Try this argument. But that's where the one-to-one of how to use these arguments. I don't think it's not really an argument, is it? It's like how you can make a statement that's an obvious truth statement that you will get people to recoil against. I think that's the beauty of it, knowing where you can say truthful statements that contradict the model. That's a pretty good way of saying it, I think.
Yeah, and that one specific, like, there is no apparent reason that there should be something wrong with it. Like, Bebby couldn't give you an example, or us, he couldn't give us an example of what the problem is with it. Just the shadow giants couldn't figure it out, therefore you cannot be as clever as them, therefore you must be full of shit, right?
Yeah. These mathematicians are geniuses. They came up with all sorts of formulas and things. What was it? Euler's, was it? That somebody else was saying Euler's is the most perfect formula ever. And it's got an imaginary number in it.
The E, yeah.
No, I. E to the I.
Yeah. I'm just saying Euler's number, the E.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's some. Well, we did have Rumpus came in. We've had. I didn't expect many people to come in and engage with this Triangle Axiom. I will be going over it on Thursday. Thursday definitely the best date for us to go over the actual geometry of this. It should become a lot more clearer if anybody doesn't quite understand what it is at the minute. You'll get it on Thursday. Tomorrow, hump day. I don't know what we can do about hump day tomorrow. Maybe unclamp a few humps. Has anybody seen any more unclamped profiles, or have they gone a bit quiet since Blue's hunkered down? They've decided to keep all of their unclamping private on a server that we definitely haven't got anyone in. Can't see what's going on. So if anybody,
probably a good move, yeah, to keep that shit private in the Discord server somewhere.
If anybody wants to try and get us in there, we'd obviously like to see whether we could get into Blue Ops, Globe Earth Central HQ. But hey, I bet we're not missing out on anything. Probably just a load of boomers getting bitter about other people on other Discord servers. I hope not, though. I hope we've all got over all of that sort of stuff. Dirt's got another clip out there. Has anybody got anything? I think I need to cut it a bit short tonight. I need to go and get some sleep. 4 hours though, that's good. It's a good stream. Doing 4 hours a night. Anybody got anything you want to cap off for tonight? No.
Go pick up a copy or find a PDF somewhere online for Euclid's Elements and go over the stuff for yourself. Don't take anybody's word for anything. Just go and check this out. It's not hard, as in what people want you to believe. You have to be a super genius. That's not the case. Go and look into this for yourself. That's my advice for tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This logic, if you want to learn logic and like the explosive logic, you've got to be careful with explosive logic. You can't allow any contradictions or anything like that in it. It's got to be proper logic. And yeah, just I don't know, just practice it. I mean, we'll be going through it. We'll do our best. I don't know. I'll call it off. I'd say thank you, Beddy. Thank you, anyone that wants to come and discuss any of this. Simple logic and sort of the ways that you can help yourself to prove things to yourself. Anybody, hopefully nobody's been put off by the idea of you having proofs or thinking that you know what a triangle is or which side of a line, and don't get threatened by intellectual people with posh voices pretending that you don't know anything because they don't know anything. Just trust in yourself and know that there are people out there that will try and purposely put you down because they don't understand something. You're better than that. Everyone. Buster, greatest speech. See you tomorrow.
You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. Let us fight to free the world. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, or what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are men. You are men. Let us fight to free the world. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate. Only the unloved hate. The unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite. Let us fight to free the world. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. You, the people, have the power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight to free the world. Let us fight for a world of reason. A world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy,